I don't know. But essentially, yeah, yeah, sweet crepes. So brought it to her. She woke up. You know, I was gonna wake her up, but then I was like that. You know what? Let my mom sleep, and then. meowfurryon speaking right now.
You ready, meowfurryon? The
Ready?
case is today, and you're about to win.
Win what? What did I win?
Well, I mean, you're gonna win like, justice. Justice will be served today.
Wait, what kind of justice? We talking like Justice League or?
Well, kind of. You know, actually, speaking of Justice League, I was on Apple TV yesterday,
Oh yeah.
and they had like a
Amen.
10-year anniversary bundle of like 30 movies for like $50. It was like all the animated ones. I almost wanted to buy it. But you know what sucks about Apple TV? When you buy bundles, they don't stay bundled. So all those movies get spread across your library, and it's just really annoying, and just my OCD goes wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I like those old cartoons. But the only thing that
No,
sucks.
they're new ones too. They're the new ones as well.
Oh really?
Apparently, they've been making Batman movies for years.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Hey, it's crazy. Like a lot of the graphical novels, they turn them into movies. It's wild.
Nice. I wish the live action ones were better, but I hate the DC movies. They're really bad.
Yeah, I mean, the first two Batmans were good. The third one was good, but they kind of fucked it up. Wait a minute, hold on. No, there's a lot of good ones. The old Batman was good from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And then the new ones like Batman Begins, Batman Returns, and all that, those are good. Though the third one, like I thought Bane was great. I thought all that was good, but
okay.
the
Well,
ending
no,
was
no.
cliche.
Well, no, that's a different Christopher Nolan's movies, right? I'm talking about
Yeah.
like the DC, like you know how there's Marvel Studios.
Oh, the new Justice
You
League
know
and
how-
shit?
Yeah, you know
oh,
how
they're
there's
garbage.
the
Except for Joker.
DC the DC studios, like it's just not good. I didn't like the Joker either. I don't like any of
You
them.
didn't like the Joker?
No,
What?
I didn't like any.
Oh,
I don't like any of the DC
come on.
movies. Nope. They're just bad. They're poorly written. It
Yeah.
like when
Yeah.
like that one movie, like I literally had to like walk up and walk away when they're like, "Wow, your mom's Martha." Yeah, my mom's Martha too. We can be friends now.
Wait, which one was that?
Honestly, it's so forgettable. Like I don't care. That's like a moment. I don't remember
Wow.
which one, but there's like a moment where like, yeah, my mom's Martha.
Well, the problem is Marvel has always been better than... how is it that Marvel historically was the more like kid-friendly one from DC, right? But somehow when it came to the movies, the Marvel ones are more mature than the DC ones. Like, what the hell's going on?
Poor writing or whatever. Like they probably just like, let's invest as little money as possible because we know
Yeah.
we're still gonna make money from
Yeah.
people watching this.
Yep. I mean, not wrong. Fucking crazy. Hold on, give me a second here. I'm just moving some news footage around.
Ooh.
There we go. Put that in there. Put these in there. I just got done filming the vault.
With a vault?
Yeah, someone robbed the vault. I got an inside scoop. It was fucking crazy.
Ooh. How's the reality TV show stuff coming too? Is that
It's
edited?
going pretty good. It's not edited. I would like it to be edited. Hopefully sometime soon. Oh, I'm eating.
Oh, okay.
Who's gonna be at the court case? Who else? What are you doing right now?
Well, I'm just kind of driving around.
Oh shit! You want to hang out?
Okay.
All right. Meet me at the apartments.
All right.
All right. See you in a bit, meow.
My meow. Which one's Birds of Prey? Honestly, like, I tune out any kind of... The guy who plays Chut? Yes, Octopimp. I was actually going to mention it to him. Literally read my mind. Yeah, I think if we bring Chut into it, I think it'd be great. Imagine giving Suicide Squad 2. I watched that movie and I was like, what? Dude, I was like, I could not buy into it. And then, like, the Joker in that movie, I was just like, no, this isn't it, dog. But then again, like, after seeing, like, Christopher Nolan's, like, more serious toned Batman and, like, it's just, that Joker was so good. You can't top that. You literally can't. What's the last one? Yeah, Heath Ledger. Everyone stretch. Hey, Emperor.
It was fucking crazy, meowfurryon. There was like 20 hostages, a Molotov.
What? 20 hostages?
And I got it all on film, meowfurryon.
Ooh.
Every little bit.
You know who would be good for editing if you you should get Chut on this.
Wait, who's that?
Chut, the sorcerer in our group. Have you not met him before?
Oh, is he a good editor?
Yeah, remember a long time ago when we found that footage of the human meat factory?
Oh, yeah. I think it's been a long time.
Yeah, when we caught Kevin Whippaloo and he was giving the tour of his meat factory.
Oh.
That was
I
kind
kind of vaguely remember this. Oh my God.
It was so long
Yeah,
ago
I'll
when you
talk
think
to
about
him.
it. Yeah, he's great.
How's your day been? Are you nervous? Are you excited? What do you want to see come out of this court case?
I don't know what to really expect. I'm kind of scared that we're going to be there like a really, really long time, and I hope that my ACDC can be contained.
Oh, wait. Do you have to go to Final Fantasy World today?
No, it's just sitting in one place for a long time, you know.
Oh, your ACDC. Yeah, I got that too. You know what I like to do? I sometimes will go on Tinder and just start swiping. Do you have a Tinder for cats?
No, but I don't know. I never really liked any of that kind of stuff because I feel like you're kind of window shopping and you're not really getting like people's personality. You know what I mean?
What does the personality matter?
I don't know. I mean, when I'm trying to like meet someone, when I'm trying to meet like another cat, I'm not trying to just bang or whatever. You know, I think that's kind of cringe. I'm actually trying to meet someone to like game with.
Wait, what the fuck? Cringe? What the fuck?
Yeah,
does your penis not work?
It does, I think.
Okay. You think? What do you mean you think?
Well, I mean, it works sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. Like, well, sometimes when I think of like Emperor Buddha or like Emperor Donnie's
you
mom.
You get hot when you think of. Oh.
No, I'm saying they don't work.
Oh.
Right? So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, yeah. No, that's normal.
Is that normal?
Well, I mean, if you're not attracted to them, yeah.
Oh. Shut up and take my money. Listen, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1.
Meow. Here's the thing, right? You know, it's it's very natural to want you to you mark your territory, right?
Shut up and take my money.
No, not really. Anyone can come by and hang out.
Oh, okay. All right.
Shut up and take my money.
But if it helps your argument, I can mark it if you want.
Well, no, it's not really an argument. Like, listen, if you don't like, if you're not, I mean, listen, if you don't like having sex, like that's perfectly fine, and that's kind of normal too.
Well, I do, but see, like, I have this thing where like I don't know, the physical act, it really doesn't do anything for me. I feel like I really have to have an emotional connection to someone to feel anything, you know?
Oh.
Otherwise, it's just not, I don't know.
Otherwise,
Like,
it
it's
doesn't
fun.
work?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not
Have
enjoyable.
you tried Viagra?
No.
Oh. But I mean, okay, sure, but if you like, you know, if you were to use Catner, or like if there was an app for cats where you could swipe, right? I mean, who's to say that you can't meet them and see what comes out of it, right?
Well, I don't know. Like, I feel like the kind of people on there just kind of want to meet up, bang, and then leave. You know, they're not looking for anything deeper.
But as you're banging, you might
Go hug, thanks
get
for the tier 1. Yo,
to
no,
know
thanks
their
for
personality
1,000 bits.
and then some.
I don't know. I've only done it a couple times on like Catner, and you know, met up a couple times, but usually like it's just, I don't know, there's not really that feeling. I don't know how to describe it. And
It feels a
lot of
little
work.
like contrived. Yeah, no, I can understand. Yeah, it's kind of contrived. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, I much prefer going to a bar, right? You go to a bar, you know, you see what happens, or like a club or something like that, you know.
Oh,
Maybe a
no.
grocery store.
No.
No, you're not a grocery store guy?
Oh, well, okay, so for the bar thing, I don't really drink, so I don't do that. The club things, the one time, like, I turned, like, 18, 19, and then all of my friends, they forced me to go out to the club with them, like, a lot of them, and I'm just kind of sitting in the corner, and then they just got a random girl, and they said I couldn't dance, and she brought me out in the middle, and this is in, San Antonio, Texas, and they have this place called Cowboys. So imagine, like, the most...
Wait, was it a girl or a cowboy?
It was a girl. I mean, they're all cowboys there anyways. They're all wearing their cowboy boots things.
Wait, but if they're all cowboys, how was it a girl?
I don't know. It's just their thing, I guess. Haven't you seen that one thing?
You mean where they're cowgirls as well?
Well, I thought all of them are... I thought everyone from Texas is a cowboy, even if they're a girl.
Oh, I mean,
thinks it's
I don't
a
really know. I've never really been to Texas before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it's an okay place. Yeah.
I mean, like, okay, so when you go to a club, the key is, number one, make sure you got cocaine with you.
Oh, I got a funny story about that.
Oh, what happened?
Well, okay, when I was really young, okay, my friend was trying to be a DJ, and he brought me to a house party. And, you know, like I said, I'm not much of a drinker. And there's this girl, she invites me to play beer pong with her, but I don't drink. But she's just playing with me anyways, right? And she's getting kind of drunk. And she's like, afterwards, she's like, hey, you want to come inside the house with me? And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm getting really nervous, right? And she goes up to the...
Did she touch your penis, meowfurryon?
No, but
okay.
She went up to the DJ booth, and then she did a line of coke like straight in front of me, and I'm really young at the time, right? I was like maybe 20, 19, and I've never been involved in that kind of stuff before, so I kind of freaked out.
Oh.
My friend is like passed out on the couch because I think he took like bad Molly or something. And yeah, I was like, I need to leave. It was pretty crazy, you know, your first experience.
Wow.
So she went upstairs and I left.
Wait, why'd you leave?
I don't know. I'm just not comfortable with that, and I don't think you should. I mean, if someone's under the influence, I don't think you should really do anything, you know?
Yeah, no, of course, but I mean, you just like left?
Yeah, I was uncomfortable at that
Wait.
party.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well, what I was gonna suggest is, you know, if you go to a club, right? A lot of guys, they think, you know, it's like a high school dance, right?
Yeah.
So they either go on one extreme where they stand in a corner, or sit at the bar and just like observe, hoping that maybe a woman is gonna come over and be like, "Hey, what's going on? You want to dance or whatever?" Like, that's unlikely gonna happen, right? And then on the flip side, you got guys that go around just like sticking their dick on asses and hoping that they get a response.
Yeah, actually,
That's 80% of the people that end up showing there. What you gotta do is you gotta be a little assertive, you know? You dance by yourself, you dance by your friends, and then you kind of like, you know, if you get good eye contact with somebody, you just, you bring her in. Just bring her in. And if she's down, boom. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I tried that. I was at that club, and I asked the girl to dance, and she said like, yeah. And then some like dude like 3 times my size just comes out of the way and pushes me aside and starts dancing with her.
Wait, so you were dancing with a girl and another guy came by and tried to yoink it?
Yeah. Well, I asked her to dance, and she said yeah. And then this guy just pushed me out of the way, and I was like, I mean, I'm kind of awkward in social situations.
So you were trying to like, you're trying to take his girlfriend or something?
I don't think this guy knew her either.
Oh.
He just kind of just came in and started dancing with her and pushed me aside.
Was he bigger, like, in terms of, like, was he tall or, like, was he just, like, built?
Tall, from what I remember.
You should have told him to back the fuck up. You had to give him the crazy eyes.
I don't know. I'm not that kind of person. I think it was too much trouble.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't matter that much, It's just a dance.
Yeah, but it could have been. What if that was your future wife?
No, I don't think I would marry a kind of girl that goes to clubs. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a long time ago. I mean, like, what if she went to clubs before, but then, people change over time. Like, just because people go to clubs when they're like, in college or whatever, doesn't mean that they're gonna be going to clubs for the rest of their life. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, unless they're, a stripper, in which case, they're probably gonna be there for a while until they, end up on like Craigslist or some shit like that. But,
I don't know. I'm more the introvert type, so I honestly I like to talk to girls at like a bookstore or something and find a mutual interest or be like, I think that's like the perfect girl for me is where we're both into like the same thing and we just kind of chill, nothing, home buddies,
Yeah.
homebodies.
Oh yeah, but okay. So, but if they're homebodies, like, how you gonna meet them? So
Yeah, that's the problem.
So what you're saying is you're a grocery store guy.
No, I don't know about grocery store guy either, because when I was working as a cashier.
No, grocery stores are where it's at if you're looking for a homebody. Because, like, listen, people don't realize you can get a lot of pussy at the grocery store. A lot. Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you do, because here's the thing. People go to the grocery store. Everybody goes to the grocery store. Who doesn't go to the grocery store? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's
like
true.
Everybody does. And if you're going around the time, like, like before work is ending, like, you hit that like 4 p.m., 5 p.m. It doesn't matter if you're a lawyer. It doesn't matter if you, work at a gym. You're going to go get your fucking milk and your bread or whatever the fuck, right? So you go do that. And like, you can kind of get an idea about somebody at the grocery store. If they're like suited up, that tells you one thing. You know, if they're in the yoga gear, that's another thing. And you just go over and you start having a conversation. You see where it goes.
Yeah, but I mean, I worked at a grocery store, and let me tell you, I don't like people at grocery stores.
I'm not saying that you go get a job at the grocery store.
No, I mean, I said I do.
You go in.
And I had a job there. If you work
at the grocery store, it's not going to work out. You're gonna be batting like .0001.
I mean, I just don't like the people there. People at grocery stores are cringe.
Wait, what? Wait, how are grocery stores cringe now? What the fuck?
Listen, when people go to a grocery store, like, there's something primal that comes out, and they become different people. Like their asshole expands and they start shitting everywhere. It's not fun.
What the fuck? Wait, no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
What kind of grocery stores are you going to?
Every single kind of grocery store. I've worked at Whole Foods. I've worked at Safeway. It's true. Listen, if you've never worked retail before, like, you see the true face of people. They're
No. Listen, I understand retail. I get what you're saying, but you're talking about from the perspective of working there. From the perspective of working there, you're only going to be getting the Karens coming your way. You know what I mean? Hey, this can of, I don't know, fucking peaches is dent. Can I get a discount? Or like, hey, that was a different price. So, but that's only going to be like a small percentage of the people in there.
No,
when you go in there,
just
shopping. Oh, come on. What, you're telling me every time you go Every time you go to the grocery store, you're complaining to them.
No, okay, so at like Whole Foods, they got this like
So you're not doing it.
they had this
right?
like yes man policy. Whatever the customer wants, you say yes, right? So I'm just trying to do my job, you know, stock the shelves, and every 2 seconds I'm getting pulled. Hey, can you get this for me? Hey, where's this?
Yeah.
And all this. And then, okay, you'll get this. I had this one, like, babushka, like, 98 years old, asking me what the difference between baking soda and baking powder was. And, like, I was like, I don't know. I didn't know, actually. So I was like, I don't know. Let's read the box. And she's like, what do you mean, read box? You tell me what different brand mean. And, like, all the different, like, she wanted me to go over every single box of baking soda. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And then she's like, let me Google it. She's like, no Google. You telling me right now, young man, like the,
Okay,
the thing-
but oh shit, we got to go to Dean's World. I didn't realize it was this late. Oh, listen, yeah, but see, here's the thing. You're talking about it from the perspective of someone who works at the grocery store. Of course, you're gonna get the annoying people. But listen, I'm just saying, next time you go to the grocery store, all right, just you know, go and have a conversation with somebody. You know, like I remember I met this one girl while she was getting yogurt. You know why? Because I was getting yogurt. I was getting some Greek yogurt, and I saw someone who I thought was cute. She was taking a look at some Greek yogurt, and the icebreaker was as simple as, "Hey, that one over there is pretty damn good," and boom. And then you see where the conversation goes, and next thing you know, you're dicking her up, right? And you're seeing her for a second time.
Yeah, I don't know. I come from the perspective of like I'm coming to the grocery store just to get my food, and I don't want to disturb anyone. So I feel like they feel the same. You know, I don't want to be bugged. I'm just here to get my food. Because I mean, I also think about like girls. They're probably getting hit on like all the time, and I feel like they probably just want to get their food and go home. You know?
Yeah, but there's a difference between. But I mean, the thing is, that's where body language comes into play. First off, I don't think women get hit on that much. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of catcalling that happens, right? There's a difference between like being annoying and being a normal fucking person,
thinks it's your one.
right? Like, you know, if you're going in there and you're like, yo, what's a nice ass, right? Or whatever fucking weird shit you might say. Like, yeah, of course they don't want to hear that thing. But if they're looking at yogurt and you like, you know, you just say something simple, right? Then if they're not interested in the conversation, they're gonna leave, right? Or give you like some kind of indication that they're not interested in the conversation. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel like they probably don't even want to expend that kind of effort too. You know,
No,
'cause-
that's not true. Hey, you know, listen, you know, there's plenty of people, right? Why do you think Tinder's so popular? It's because
People
there's a
are
lot
horny.
of people. No, it's not because they're horny. It's
yeah,
'cause-
they are.
Okay,
It's
people
just-
are horny, true. But then there's what about all these other fucking websites like fucking what is it like what are they called? Like like fucking match.com or like why do you think that industry's so big? Because like motherfuckers are trying to like because they get after college, you're working with like a bunch of old people, you know, in their 40s plus, and all of a sudden your ability to meet people in your age group goes out the fucking window outside of like maybe meeting somebody through friends, which happens, but it's, you know, your probability is like fucking super goddamn low. Because either you know them long enough and you haven't dated, right? And people that, you end up marrying a friend, and in a lot of cases, that's probably like a last resort because that's the only people that you know. Or alternatively, you know, what I'm trying to say is that I think people want to meet people, but a lot of people are just too scared. And then a lot of guys are just a little too much of a pussy to just like, you know, just have like a normal goddamn conversation with somebody.
Well, I mean, I can have a normal conversation with them, but like, it's kind of like I don't know. It's like the unknown territory of like, is she just being nice? You know, you don't want to make them uncomfortable, you know, so I just kind of.
No, well, that's where it comes back to body language, right? When you're speaking with them, is she smiling? Is she?
Well, what if she's
is she
just smiling
facing
normally?
your direction?
Well, what if she
Huh?
was looking at like a fruit behind me?
Because is she looking in your eyes? That's a big one. If she's not looking at you, then, you know.
Well, what if I'm too like ugly? What if I got like spaghetti on my face?
Well, I mean, like, Well, so when you go to the grocery store, don't look like a fucking, you just climbed out of the fucking, underneath one of the cabinets or something. You know what I mean?
I guess.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that your best opportunities come from just, having conversation. One thing I will say is that if you ever end up doing this, all right, you just need the balls to do it. All right. Just tell yourself, what's the worst that's going to happen? The worst that's going to happen is you're going to have a normal conversation, right? And it's not going to lead to anything, right? But here's the other key, is that you need to, within the first 5 minutes, close. You need to be a closer. You know what a closer is?
Someone that locks the door and has to stay really
Yes.
late after shift.
Well, you don't want to lock the door. Now all of a sudden that turns into something else. But what I mean by that is a few minutes in the conversation, if you're interested and you think she's interested, you got to ask her for her number. All right. And or see what she's doing later that evening. Right. Because if you wait way too long, all right, without any clear indication, you now are friend zoned. You have opened into the territory of that you might get friend zoned. All right.
Right, but see, on the same point there, I think I'd rather just be friends, and then if something comes from that, like I would like that more, to spend time with someone I can consider
Hell
a friend.
no.
No?
See, hell no. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with the friend zone, right? If it comes from, like, listen, that's a very dangerous territory, because the friend zone, and the reason it's called the friend zone is the very reason why you got to close sooner than later. Because if the impression becomes, a conversation goes too long without any clear indication that you are interested in them, then what ends up happening is they start believing you're talking to them to become friends. All right. And now their disposition is, hey, I'm trying to be friends with them. And the things and thoughts that are going through their mind is, oh my God, we can go and like do makeup or like go shopping or whatever. They may end up thinking you're like, I don't know, into men or something, or which is fine, but obviously you're not in this case. But they're not going to be thinking of you in any sort of like sexual manner. And fundamentally, every relationship is sexual in manner.
So
at
I
least
have to
in some way.
I have to make every girl just think about my dick?
No, not think about your dick. I mean, maybe like to a degree, sure. Yeah, why not?
This
Sure.
is probably the best conversation I've ever heard from the outside.
Because think about it, meowfurryon, because you go down that route, she's not going to be thinking of you that way. And as time goes on, you are nothing but a friend. Whereas alternatively, if the relationship is beginning on a foot of like, hey, I'm trying to like, listen, you're not into hooking up. I get that, right? But if it's starting from the relationship of, hey, this guy, he might be interesting, we're dating, those dates are going to give you what you're looking for in a friendship /
She ain't
relationship
triple
with
legend,
a
she ain't
woman over
worth it.
time anyways.
Oh my
And
God.
if it doesn't become what you were looking for, that's when you break up.
Right, but I mean, sex is cool and all, but I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
like
but you don't even got to think about the sex part, right? Because you can date her without banging her too. You know what I mean?
but why can't you just do friend stuff, and then just hang out?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
But you can hang out in a dating capacity too. Like let's say, you have coffee with her, right?
Uh-huh.
That's a big sign. You don't even got to go full blast. You just, hey, let's go grab some coffee sometime. That is an indication to her that you are interested in a relationship, right? And then you can say, hey, do you want to, go do some whatever, like hiking or whatever it is, like whatever you're interested in, and and then that relationship is now pot, dating and pot relationship building. Because what's the difference between a friend and someone you're in a relationship with?
I don't know, honestly.
The sex.
Just well, wait. You don't.
Well, to the extreme of it, right? Like, obviously, there's other things in between, but
Wait, but I thought you have sex with your homies all the time. Isn't that what you and the other
I mean, you
members do
can.
all the
That's what
time?
friends with benefits are.
Don't you guys go do that with each other all the time when you go on your hiking trip?
Wait, what the fuck? No, we're not having sex. We're hunting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean, maybe I've just been watching too many movies, but when you guys, like, get all dressed up, you start acting like cowboys. What's that thing called? It's like Ram Ranch or something? Isn't that what you guys were doing?
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, who's been
For the
saying
500
that?
bits. Oh, no one's been saying that. That's just what I thought.
Wait, are you telling me that when we say we're going out hunting, you think we're like hunting each other's like, cocks or something?
Well, yeah, you guys, like, you're all get dressed up. You guys all get in a van together. It's all men. What else am I supposed to think?
I mean, you can go hunting with your homies without like putting your like, without like, firing anything more than a fucking hunting rifle.
Oh.
My point here is like, turning a friendship into a relationship is very, very, very difficult. It rarely ever happens. It rarely ever happens. Normally it's like there's like a small number of individuals, usually like high school sweethearts or something like that, where it works out. And then there's a bigger percentage of people that just end up settling in the relationship. But the vast majority, that friendship comes through just dating and being around each other and shit. You know what I mean? Like, you can get what you're looking for in the friendship aspect out of somebody you're dating. That just comes with spending time with them.
I don't know. I feel like girls are just too much trouble. I'd just rather just play video games.
That works too. Hey, let's go check out the pier. We got about, I think, 30 minutes before we probably need to talk to the attorney.
Okay. Oh, let's ask
See,
her.
look at this right here.
Oh, hey there,
okay.
Meow and Don. How are you guys?
Hey, Miss Dawn, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, if a guy doesn't show you his dick in like the first minute, are they just automatically friend zoned?
No, I never said you show her the dick
I'm sorry?
immediately.
What?
You don't?
Whoa, okay. Are you looking for dating advice here, Meow?
Yeah, I'm getting dating advice. He's
Okay.
teaching me about women. He says that you have to like assert dominance or something, and something about making sure that they
All
think
right,
about
that's
you
not
sexually.
what I said.
Okay,
Oh.
I will.
So
there's
my
a
advice-
certain-
My
there's a
advice was
certain-
this.
Okay.
But let me just tell you what I actually said. What I said was, very rarely does a friendship turn into a relationship. Very rarely. But if you're looking to, find a woman, right? You're looking for like someone to be in a relationship with. You could be anywhere from like, going to a grocery store to like, everywhere is your opportunity. But if you're interested in somebody, you need to, within the first couple minutes of that conversation, show an indication that that is what you're interested in. Whether it is asking for a phone number, seeing if she wants to go off a coffee. Because if you don't do that, there's a good chance you may be leading on to her that you are looking for a friendship. And the longer that friendship goes on, that door for having a relationship starts to close.
That's actually, I
Yeah,
prefer
there's-
if a
yeah.
guy's like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, hey baby, how you doing? Rather than like being really nice and then being really angry later on when I turn him down.
Exactly.
Communication is
Exactly.
100% the right thing in all instances, and you need to make your intentions known. You don't have to be outright and just be like, "Hey, baby, let's go fuck." But I mean, you gotta be subtle about it,
Which
right?
you
But,
can
I mean,
do depending on how she's
depending
looking
on
at
who
you
she is
and the
and
circumstances and the body language.
Absolutely. You gotta, but yes, no, I would agree with Nino. You gotta make your intentions known. Absolutely.
Yeah. A lot of people mistake my kindnesses for flirting and shit like that. That's what I gotta deal with too. But you know, I turn him down quick to
Boom.
make sure.
And that's how someone turns into a creep, you know? Like you end up like talking and you're like overly nice. And you're like, yo, I hope she realizes I want to date her. But instead it comes off as really creepy, as opposed to like, you know, my example I gave was, you know, you're at the grocery store. You see someone you're interested in. She's like buying yogurt. You go up to her and you're like, hey, you know, that flavor over there is pretty good. You know, it kicks off a conversation. And then within that like 5-10 minute time span, you know, you'll know when it's right, when the conversation starts to, you know, like it's not, you know, there's not much more to say. You're like, hey, you know, what are you doing later today? You want to grab some coffee or something like that? And if she says yes, then she is interested in pursuing that relationship further. She says, nah, I'm kind of busy or something like that, then she's not. And, you know, you never see each other ever again.
Or you make sure like to know like, hey, would you like to go out on a date later? Because like some people will like say like, oh yeah, let's go. Can I invite some other friends as well? Because they think it's a friendly thing. So make sure they.
Yo, Three
like,
Cats One Window, thanks for the 400
like,
time
maybe
bits.
say that it's a date.
Thanks so much.
You know.
Huh.
At least yeah.
Or you
don't
can be
leave
like,
anything
hey,
up
do you
to
want to go
interpretation,
raid?
right?
Exactly. Yes.
Oh. I thought
you know,
girls
it's
like
okay.
interpretation. I thought that's why they do poetry and read books and all that.
Well, yes, and yes, but at the same time, like, don't leave the conversation with her going, does he want a relationship or is he looking to be a friend? You need to make your intentions known, irregardless of how it's, you know, it doesn't have to be. It can be super subtle. It can be not super like Nino said. There's a situation for almost every, you know, way to go about it, you know, depending on where you are, who it is, what's going on. But just make sure that, you know, at the end of the day, she's not walking away going, oh, that guy, he was such a sweet guy. I'm glad I made that new friend. If that's not the intention you want to give.
Yep, that's 100% it. Because here's the thing too, like
103 in the
like I
morning.
said, if you go on, if you go too long, not putting your intentions out there, she's gonna start seeing you as a friend, and that sexual energy, which is the basis of relationships, ends up going out the window. And now sexual energy doesn't mean like she's thinking of your dick, right? But she's thinking of you in like, you know, in whatever, like, I don't know. She's thinking about like, you know, what would it be
Not
like
just
to be
friends.
with this guy? Yeah, not just friends. Exactly.
Your
And
relationship
then it'll just be
isn't
awkward
defined
down the
yet.
line.
Yeah. yeah.
Yes.
Very.
Because imagine, like, you know, you go on, you're doing the friend thing, 2 weeks go by, 3 weeks go by, a month goes by, and now she's like, oh man, I love hanging out with this guy and, you know, doing, going golfing or whatever. And then all of a sudden you're like, hey, you want to go on a date sometime? Now all of a sudden you put her in a really, really awkward position. She may not
Yes.
think of you that way anymore.
Thank you.
Girls are stupid.
What? We just want clarity.
I'd rather just play video games.
Well, you can ask her to play video
Yeah.
games with you.
Ask a
Yeah.
lady to play video games with you. What happened to the cat lady you showed me you got a note from?
I have no idea. She just kind of gave me a note and then never showed up.
Wait, what do you mean? What happened?
Here, let me show you this note that I got all the way back in February, Emperor.
Yep.
Wait, do I even still have it?
You should.
No, I deleted it.
Oh, okay. It was basically,
It was a love letter.
yeah,
Wait, really?
It's like
Uh-huh.
2 months ago,
the
and,
cat lady.
and she
Yeah.
never showed
What
up.
was her name?
Meowy
May?
Mary.
Meowy Mary, yeah.
I got an idea, meowfurryon. Let's go. You know, this is the Dean's World is kind of like the grocery store. Let's, let's walk down the boulevard, you know, and, you know, see if you can try to pick up one of someone down here.
I don't know. I think I'd rather just play video games and pretend to talk to
Yeah,
women.
yeah. Just, you know, talk
Ask
to
them
her
if
and
they
just be
want to
like,
play video
"Hey,
games.
hey, do you want
Thanks for the
to,
gift
you know,
of
check
22.
out, you want to go, go on a raid with me or something?
Right, but what if they're really bad at the video game? Like, Miss Dawn here. She's a registered thrower. I would never want to play a video game
Yeah.
with her.
Yeah, I'm pretty garbage at the moment.
She would throw your
So
game.
would somebody you're interested in have to be very good at video games?
No, it's just I don't know how to put this. Okay, like I think I would like to enjoy playing, but I don't know. I learned
They
from
cannot be a burden to your video gaming.
No, it's more like when you're playing with your friends and stuff, but you're just on like a different elo, right? But then your friends that are lower skills like trying to force you to play with them.
I have a great example of this. So I used to play a video game. It was called Destiny, right? And they have these raids in Destiny, right? And I was with these people, and then one of them got a girlfriend and brought her into the raid,
tier 1.
and she just wasn't very good. And you know
Wow.
what? Our raid team just couldn't get it done anymore, and then we fell apart.
Take my money.
You know,
Is
I
that
knew
what
a
you're
guy.
worried about? Is that what you're worried about? Oh, sorry, Nino.
I was gonna say I knew a guy that used to run a guild back in the day.
Shut up
Mhm,
and take my
mhm.
money.
He they couldn't find a tank, so they got somebody to play their main tank. They taught him how to play the main tank. She was pregnant, so they had
Shut up and
9
take my
months to
money.
finish the content. But her she ended up learning very well. But the thing is, her boyfriend / the father of the soon-to-be kid was trashed, so they just didn't invite him. I brought her. Yeah, I mean that's what you got to
like
do.
the
You know what I
exact
mean?
opposite. That's great.
There's also that, being taught. But yeah, you can always teach the lady.
Oh, we tried.
up
She
and
just
take my
wasn't.
money.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll not go into that. It was a whole bunch of drama between friends, and yeah. Anyway.
Oh.
Keep
Oh,
it high level.
shit.
Keep it on the high level.
Oh
Yeah.
man!
The
All right.
I don't know. Usually, whenever I play with girls in games, like there's no problem with the girls. It's all the guys that are cringe when they're all trying to date her, and then ends up destroying the guild.
Well, yeah. Well,
Detention.
Yeah, I guess
Thanks
that
to the
was
tier
also
1
probably
yourself.
the
Thank you so
Well,
much.
see, those are all the guys that
up and
could
take
have
my money.
probably just went to the grocery store. But no one's told them that it's not weird to like ask someone out for coffee. The problem is that a lot of people are afraid of rejection, but rejection is a part of
Shut
life.
up and take my money.
Like, how often do you hear people say no? So why should it be any different when you're like, hey, let's go get some coffee, which is code word for, hey, maybe after some time, you and I could play with each other or
Shut
whatever.
up and take my money.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Let me get your advice on this, Emperino, all right? And this is hypothetical, not me,
All right.
all right?
Shut up
Not
and
me.
take my money.
Hypothetical, purely, all right? What if I know a girl, okay, she's very attractive, and she talks to
Right.
me, like, every night, all right? Usually she spends her time in a hot tub. What do I do to get her attention to focus and get her out?
Oh, now when you say she
Go-
speaks to you every night,
Yeah, every
you
night.
mean she speaks with you along with thousands of others?
No, it's clearly me. She's giving attention, all right? She has her name written. She has meowfurryon written directly behind her, all right, on the whiteboard, all right?
So you're in a private call with her, and that is how you're communicating with
Shut up
her.
and take my money.
Yes. Okay, so how do I take the hot tub girl to the grocery store and then talk
Okay,
to
just
her?
wait. So was there an exchange of currency before this private conversation happened?
Of course, I might have bought her a drink, of course. As a gentleman I am. No, hypothetically.
Well,
I'm speaking, though.
Shut up and take
Okay.
my money.
So you want to date her? Okay. Well, so what you want to do is actually ignore her.
Oh.
Now, the reason for this is you're talking about someone who's probably getting a lot of attention from a lot of people. So the way to get her attention is not to give her any attention. And she's going to be like, wait, what is going on? And now she is going to be more interested in finding out about you.
Huh.
Got a lot of wise advice. You're almost like an owl, Mr. Chavez. Quite, wise old owl over
Yeah,
here.
his wisdom score is pretty high.
Well, I've been in the game for like a hot minute. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You get when you travel a lot through the world. Well, once I did, you got to be on your A game because otherwise you're just gonna be you ain't gonna be getting anywhere in that department.
Huh. I don't know. I just haven't had a whole lot of luck. I don't know.
Oh,
Hypothetically, of course.
let's give it a shot.
Let's go try.
I don't know. I don't know. But
Let's
what
go
if,
take a
what
look.
if,
Look,
Yeah, you don't gotta go on a date. Just so we're just practicing, right?
well,
look,
I don't know if I'm ready.
Maybe there's. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
Can we do this
there's
like?
no one here,
Can we
and
do this
just
like
buy
maybe
some-
next
some
year
burger
once I've
shot food.
prepared?
That's all.
No.
Yeah.
Listen. You're like level 1 right now, right? So
Right.
you just need a little bit of XP. You might not get like a lot of it, but you're
Okay.
just getting like a little bit.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
shouldn't-
going out to the newbie area, and we're just gonna
Meowfurryon,
grind
out of
some
curiosity, would you be
levels
willing
here, all
to
right?
give a quote to LSBN before the trial
is it?
starts today?
Would you like to go
This is
to
a
a
chance.
grocery store with me?
I could go to a grocery store with you. Yes.
Oh,
Do you want yogurt?
I do like yogurt.
Can I have the number?
You want my number?
Can
Sure.
I have the digits that allow me to talk to you?
Yes, there is my number. It is Ursula Leichenberg. We've met a couple times.
What do I do with the number now?
Maybe text me or something so I have your number, and that way I know if you're texting me.
1 second. Can I pause this game real quick?
Yes, you can pause the game.
All right, Emperor. What
Say,
do I do? Do I
what are you
am I
doing
supposed to?
later tonight? You
Am I
wanna
supposed to
grab some
text her
coffee?
right now, or do I text her like 3 days later?
No. Ask her for some. Ask her if she wants to get coffee later.
Hey, Nancy.
Right, but I thought you said that the best approach. Apparently, she's seen me and met me multiple times. Aren't I supposed to ignore her now?
No. That's ask her if she wants to go grab coffee or something later. If she says yes, she's interested. If she says no, she's not interested.
yeah.
Do you want to get Kofefi?
No. Oh, no.
What's kofefi?
Kofefi?
He's gaining XP.
I mean, that is a word that I've heard maybe once.
We'll make an
Uh,
executive answer one.
Sure. I don't really know what that is, but okay.
Is it the next level now? What do I do?
Well, how about this? Why don't, are you willing to talk about the upcoming trial? I would love to do an interview with you.
Shut up and take my money.
This was the wrong trial. I think this
okay.
was the wrong trial.
Yeah. I mean, isn't the trial like in an hour or something? Am I right? Am I wrong?
This feels like a real trial by fire.
Oh, I'm very confused right now.
You got this.
Me too.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Usually I'd read like raid guides for like a month straight to figure out the strategy and then I play the game, but they kind of forced me into it blind. Or, excuse me, I can't say that.
Wait, am
First
I a
playthrough.
raid? Am I a raid boss?
Yeah, it's my first playthrough.
Oh, okay, so if you want to defeat me, what you have to do, it's pretty easy. I'm a very easy raid boss to defeat. I have crippling low self-esteem, so if you just insult me for like about an hour straight, I will literally just lay there crying, and then you could just like, stab me once, and I'll be done. Just like stick a fork in me, and I'm done.
Oh.
Hey, Meowfurryon, how you doing, buddy?
I am at the grocery store buying
Yep,
Kofefi.
we're at the grocery store. Yep. Go fetch
Oh,
me.
they're role playing.
We're good. Just drive.
Oh my god, everyone's showing
Here, I
up.
thought I was gonna have to deal with this for something else. That was about to
Yo,
happen.
meow,
Yes.
meow, meow.
Yeah,
Your case is soon, right?
I think so.
Yo, should you be around like Bass right now, man? I think he's trying to intimidate you, bro.
I'm already pretty
No,
intimidated
really?
right now.
Oh my god. Yo, guys, you should be protecting him. That looked so bad, Bass looked like he was
We're
intimidating
training him
man.
to boost his skills.
That's right. Wait, Emperor.
He's getting his charisma up.
Am I supposed to use protection right now? Would never
Otherwise
use
Trying
it.
to boost his
Remain
charisma
Yeah.
skill.
Otherwise, you're
Alright.
always gonna remain a first playthrough.
No protection, but what if my defense is too low?
That's fine. Just make sure you don't misfire in the wrong place.
But I don't have a crosshair. How do I know where it's gonna land? I don't know the spray pattern.
You'll figure it out.
Yes.
I don't know what to say now.
Are you? Well,
Say, all right, it's a date then.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's one line. What about multiple options?
Say that exactly. Say that
Yes.
exactly.
What kind of
All
RPG
right,
game is this where I
it's a
only get
date,
one line
yeah.
of dialogue? Is this like Fallout 4?
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes. Mhm.
This is the last option to close off the conversation. There's
Yep.
no. Yeah.
It's the end statement.
I already forgot what I'm supposed to say.
All right, it's a date then.
All right, we have dates then.
Oh.
Would you like to get them from the grocery store?
Oh.
I forget what the
You
things
were
that you're-
asking me out.
No, the
Uh,
dates that we have right here. Do you
Yes,
like
I
dates?
was.
I do like dates. They're very tasty.
Yeah, me too. I like the seedless ones.
Yeah, I like those too. Have you ever had
Yeah,
them
you're
bacon
throwing-
wrapped?
No, that sounds really good though.
Yeah. You know, tapas is really
Thanks for the
good if
prime.
you haven't had it.
Pop your ultimate. Pop your ultimate.
My ultimate, I don't have a limit gauge right now.
Oh, fuck. All right.
Uh,
Charge it up. Charge it up.
I have a lot of money.
Compliment her.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I have a
very-
lot of money too.
I'm
Yeah.
extremely rich.
Yeah.
I
You're interested in views.
one second.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Express interest in things that you know that she likes.
I have an average sized penis.
Oh, I mean, you know what? That's okay. You know, you can work with anything.
Shut up and take my money.
And honestly, like, you know, let's be honest, that's an improvement off of some other people in my life.
So thanks for the fucking picture.
So, all right. So, are you asking me out on a date, meowfurryon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will go on a date with you.
Shut up
You
and
have
take
my phone
money.
number. Text me. Let me know when.
I forgot to write it down.
Oh God. There you go. There is my phone number.
Shut up and take my money.
All right, and then
So-
you text me and say it's you, and then we figure
Shut
it
up and
out.
Take my money.
So I just text you. It's you.
No, your name maybe, you know, or just be like it's meowfurryon or whatever you want to put in there, so I know it's you. And if you need to bring, you know, your boss guides here to help you, or your party members, you know, that's okay too.
Thanks for the prime.
And
Robo UK, thanks
yeah.
for the tier 1.
yeah, I think that would, yeah.
Oh, we're part of the party here. Let me cast a boost of charisma +1 spell on.
Oh, thanks.
What do I do now? Do I give you the interview?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be handy. Just so we have it in advance for
Just if he thinks it's your
before
one.
the trial. Do you mind? Do you have time?
I think we have. We got like 30 minutes, right? But we should
Yeah.
probably
I
get
don't
it-
need that much time. It's more like a quickie interview before we actually do the real deal at the trial. You're gonna see me there the entire trial in the petty box, watching the entire time.
You're gonna be watching me the entire time.
Well, I'll be watching everything. I'm working on behalf of LSBN as I am LSBN writer.
But I thought this was supposed to be a quickie.
Oh yeah, it is. Don't worry. I'm letting you know who I am, and then I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions.
I thought girls don't like it when it's quick.
Oh, well, this isn't about that part. This is about just the trial.
Okay.
So meowfurryon, you have a trial coming up against the police officers who inflicted a lot of mental and psychological damage onto you and possibly physical. How do you feel your chances are of winning at this trial?
Um, not good.
Not good.
I
Okay.
think it's
All
the tier
right.
1.
And then, how do you feel about the fact that the officers have been trying to intimidate you by going past you and saying stuff that is not the best? Do you feel that maybe they are not honest?
Well, I feel like the police organizations of Los Santos, they're like a dick and a pair of balls, you know. And when the heat comes down on them, you know, the balls just got to stick together, and I don't blame them for what they do.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for
And
the
then,
pitties.
would you accept just a simple apology from them? Would that make this entire trial go away, or are you looking for at this point just compensation for all the trauma you've been through?
Yes.
That was 2 questions, of which yes cannot be is the answer to which question. Are you looking for compensation, or are you looking for just an apology? Or do you want both?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this was an interview with meowfurryon, the part of the prosecution in the upcoming trial that will be the trial of the century, so we're told. This is Ursula Leichenberg from LSBN. All right, thank you very much. Great interview.
You know, I actually got Bass's intimidation just now on tape.
Good
Yeah,
job.
that's actually true.
And I did witness it, and I am actually already called as
Hey,
a witness
Ursula.
in the case.
Hey, Nancy, how are you?
Oh,
Good. What's
shit.
happening here?
Hold on, come here.
We
Though that
probably
being said, they haven't prepped me or talked to me about it at all yet, so I don't know if they're actually planning to call me. But,
Yeah, I actually.
Who is the lawyer?
it's the DA.
Oh,
Or
you
sorry,
sh-
the ADA.
Wait!
ADA.
No! Wait, which ADA?
Uh-oh.
What? What the fuck? Wait, who is? What?
Well, let's check the dog.
I'm scared, Emperor. She's gonna be watching me.
Wait, who is?
The lady.
Oh no, you did amazing, meowfurryon. You see how good that was? You know, you were very direct with her. You told her you wanted to, go on a date with her. So now she knows what to expect. And quite frankly, I think you might have gotten a wild one. From the sound of it, she's already thinking about what's gonna happen, at the end of the day, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't. Are we gonna raid?
You're gonna raid.
We are?
Yeah.
Okay. Should we head to the court?
Yeah,
Or,
we
like,
probably should.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of nervous.
It's gonna be a good trial there.
Hey, Valley. What's up?
Oh, we got a little bit of time. Do you want to give it a shot number 2?
I thought you said to end it and then go, right?
No. We can do one more. Just you're on high batting average. Plus, you want to keep your options open.
Right, but what if I don't, and then I'm at 100% win rate?
You're never gonna be at 100%.
I'm at 100% right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I should.
Well, no, you got this one. This one, you're gonna do even better. All right, let me see right down here. Perfect. She's in a red dress. You know what a red dress means?
She's gonna kill me.
No, it means that she's standing out because she's hoping someone speaks with her. Okay, she's gonna go ahead and talk to her.
Talk to her.
One in the jeans.
Meow. I'm cat calling you.
That's terrible.
Yeah, haha.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you like muffins?
Okay, walking away now.
Okay, that's good. You gave her your.
Now my win rate's at 50%. Maybe she didn't like muffins?
Go, 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 go. She's in. Oh, the one in the red dress. Oh, perfect. Ask her what she's doing at the market.
Scam, bro.
Hi,
This
excuse
is
me,
so
ma'am.
much a scam, bro.
Yes.
Hi. Are you a cowboy?
Well, I'm from the South. I wouldn't really call myself a cowboy.
Would you like to be the
right here.
cowboy to my
Yeah, I got samples of everything
bull?
right on the ground.
What does that entail?
Whataburger?
Yeah, actually, you can. I was just gonna say.
Excuse me?
The first one's on the house, all right? Please do come back.
I think we started on the wrong step dance. My name is meowfurryon, Archdruid of the Wild, Protector of the Grove, Defender of everything cute, fuzzy, and soft, part-time a cat of the year at Rooster's Rest, level 39 Warlock and Classic Failing in a WoW, Grinder of Final Fantasy 14, 50% win rate in dating women, and member of the guild.
Well, those are quite a lot of words there, sir.
Quite the mouthful, but not as much as what you're gonna put in mine.
Oh, pardon me?
Yep.
Did I get that backwards?
I don't think I'm gonna be putting in anything anywhere.
Oh,
Who's this cameraman?
Hey,
ignore
what's
me.
going on, sweetheart? How you doing today?
I'm doing all right now. How are you?
I'm doing all right. What are you doing here over at the market?
Well, I'm just here to, talk to people, make some friends, see what's going on.
Oh, all right. Well, is there anything that you found interesting?
Well, I bought my first joints over there. I've never smoked before,
Shit.
so.
Look, hey, I got to go to a trial, but it was a pleasure running into you. Are you busy later tonight?
Oh, I don't think so.
All right. You want to grab some coffee or something?
Sure.
All right.
Let me give you my number.
I'm not actually interested. All right, come on, my friend.
All right. Goodbye.
Sorry. Bye.
That's okay.
See, you got to say something along those lines. You got to just put the intention out there.
Smooth. Yeah, but I'm like the level 1 henchman and you're like the level 100 boss.
Yeah, I know, but look, you got to just what did you even say to her? You said something about Whataburger.
Yeah, I thought the girls like Whataburger.
Wait, what makes you say that?
I don't know. They got the shakes that bring all the girls to the yard. Isn't that what they say?
No, you mean the Nas song? Or was it Nas? That was Nas's girlfriend at the time.
I have
But
no
no,
idea.
that's the milkshakes. Wait,
Yeah.
does Whataburger have milkshakes?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they do, right?
Huh. So those last two didn't go so well, and the reason is remember, your first icebreaker needs to be relevant to like wherever you're at. So she's at the market. So, you should say, hey, how you doing? What do you, how do you like the market so far? Like, is there anything you like? Oh my God. You good there, Casanova? My vehicle is standing still. Oh. Why is everyone driving so crazy like right now? Oh, Jesus. People can't drive nowadays, can they?
No.
All right. So, yeah, where you kind of messed up in those last two is that you got to ask her, like, what's going on? Like, hey, what do you think of the market? Is there anything you like? Like things like that, like things that are relevant. And then, let that conversation go for a little bit. And then you find an excuse to, see if you can, go on on like a date.
Huh.
We'll try it again after the trial. Listen, a lot of people are going to be asking, you're going to be a star after this, meowfurryon. In fact, you can use this opportunity to bring up your trial and use that as your icebreaker. That'll last for a couple days.
But I don't play the ice climbers in Smash though, so I don't know how to break the ice.
No, ice, it's like a starting conversation, Oh, here you go. Hey, you have another opportunity right here.
I do?
Yeah, the one in right there.
Hey, sir.
Oh, it's a different cat.
It's your meow guy.
Hi,
I'm
you
gonna
have
need Titus.
a nice shiny bald head.
I think he's over there.
It looks really good. I like your shoes. What a nice market we have today, where prices are low.
How low?
What is he playing at here?
Do you want to go on a date?
What? Me or Baldy here?
I'm sorry, I'm a dog
I
guy.
ate the soap.
What?
He likes dogs.
What's happening? Is he a part of the news? Is that why he's filming?
Pretend I'm not here.
Oh, okay. So, what's your name, sir? Sir?
I'm meowfurryon, Archdruid of the Wild, Protector of the Grove, Defender of everything cute, fuzzy, and soft, level 39
Okay.
Warlock at Classic Ferlina WoW, Grinder of Final Fantasy 14, part-time Macatin, Cat of the Rooster's Rest, 25% win rate chance at dating.
That's,
you got tortured. That's
a mouthful. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so this is the tortured Catman, apparently. I have another friend who is kind of a Catman, but I was worried it was him, but apparently it was you instead. I don't know that I've ever met you.
Hi, what's your name?
Oh, my name's Ari Preston. How about, and you said Mao, what was it?
Sorry, my ACD's kicking in. Bird?
I think it's over there. I think it's in the tree.
Yeah, there's a bird over there.
I think I saw a flutter. It's by the window.
Oh shit, right over there.
Oh, I see. It is in the little bush. I hear it.
But it sounds like it's coming from behind me. I'm confused. Ooh.
I guess I should probably stop doing that.
If it's medical professionals that actually treated him, then yes. But if it's just, hey, we want to bring these random people in, then no, it's only going to.
That's really mean.
What?
So are
Damn,
you
I hate it when
prepped
they
and
get
ready
away.
for this trial, sir?
I'm...
Who's your lawyer?
That would be...
Is it Bane? Did he milk you?
Bane? Yeah.
Hello. Excuse me. We're still waiting. We're still waiting to be helped.
Oh, John Doe. Is he your lawyer then? Are you okay?
Motherfucker.
No, not really.
No, I'm not.
Do you need
Aw.
catnip?
Do you need a hug?
I got something you can play with. Here you go.
Oh boy, I don't know if I want to watch that.
Hate you.
Here you go. That's actually something you might like.
What is he giving you?
I'll give you one.
Ooh, candy.
Hey
Oh,
there.
candy?
Are
What?
you meowfurryon?
Hell yeah!
I make candy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, these are those little
I'm
bracelets
Wayne
that you
Owens,
can
and
eat the
I'm
little pieces
the
off of.
ADA that's going to be helping you out today.
Sure.
Oh.
Are you a smoker?
So how you feeling,
No.
bud?
Well, you can give some.
Hey, are you the lawyer?
Yes, sir.
So you're the
Oh my
ADA?
God.
Yes.
You right?
All right. Are you gonna prep us
I'm gonna have
or
the zoomies.
Hell yeah.
I don't believe you're on my witness list, are you?
Oh, I guess that's the
wait,
lawyer.
Nino Chavez?
I think you're on the defense's witness list.
I thought he was a lawyer.
You're telling me that the guy who witnessed the abuse and saw them kidnap meowfurryon is not on your
Pretty sure
witness
I've
list?
seen him in the court before.
Let me see. So what I'm looking at. Yeah, you were present at the traffic stop, correct?
Yes.
And then the officers, from what I understand, left and took Mr. Meowfurryon here up to Grapeseed. And were you there for that as well?
No, I was the one who found out that he went up there, and I'm the one who made sure other officers documented everything that transpired. I also witnessed nobody going inside and possibly tampering with it. But the big piece is I witnessed Bass and Dante see Meowfurryon and then subsequently take him. The implication was that Meowfurryon was fighting Dante and Bass, right? And that's why they cuffed him. When I witnessed him being cuffed immediately with zero resistance.
Gotcha. Let's step out front and just get a little breathing room.
Shut up and take my money.
Yo, let's say thanks for giving the tier 1 kamikaze. Thank you so much.
All right.
Everyone stretch.
So the charges that we're pushing on them are the assault and battery, which happened up in Grapeseed. And basically we have his signed confession that those events transpired.
Bass's, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't need to establish that, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yo, Spaces TV, thanks for the prime.
So basically we
Thank you
have
so much.
high command at PD.
What
that
if
was-
they 200 IQ? Who's their lawyer?
Let's see. Their lawyer is let me pull this up. That would be Bane Jax. I've spoken to him a couple of times regarding this matter.
All right.
Open Bacon, thank you for gifting the tier 1.
Is it good?
They were looking for plea deals, but the
Posture
district
check,
attorney
don't
was not
gunch.
willing to offer
Okay.
one on this case due
So-
to the circumstances.
So he could try to discredit the. What if he plays the game where he tries to discredit what he discredit everything?
You mean
The
discredit
written
the statement
testimony.
that he made?
Yeah.
It's a signed Mirandized statement of his.
Okay. And so I'm just thinking about it from the alternate perspective, right? Is
I get
in
you,
the
I get you.
event he claims that I don't know, he was on drugs or something, or like he was not in the right state of mind. He'd been in a shootout recently. Those things that he made on the statement weren't true.
Well, we're also going to have Mr. Furion's testimony here.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Give me just a quick minute because I'd like to kind of run through
Yes,
some of the
of
questions
course,
I'll be
of course.
asking you.
You mind if I stay here, Meowfurryon?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
It's up to you. Let's actually move into the corner over here.
All right.
Okay, so basically the line of questioning is to establish the events. In order to prove that they committed the crimes that we're charging them with, we have to show that you were assaulted by the officers, that you were taken against your will. That's going to be for the kidnapping. And then for the obstruction of justice, they released a police report that's basically says that they arrested you for felony trespassing, and they were going to push resisting arrest, but you were being compliant, so they dropped that because you were compliant. The whole report is basically whitewashed to exclude all of the grapeseed activities, all of the abuse that you suffered at their hands, and all of the rights violations. So to me, that just clearly shouts obstruction of justice, because they're attempting to hinder their own ability to be brought to justice, right? So the three things that we're hitting on is that you were attacked by these officers, you were taken against your will, you did not consent to being transported to Grapeseed, and that this report is missing that big block about everything that happened in Grapeseed. Now, I'm not going to ask you specific questions about that report, because I will just be pointing that out in closing arguments that, hey, this is missing all of the misconduct of the officers in question. That is obstruction of justice. All right. And I'm also going to be making the argument that, they need to be stripped of their badges and guns for this. So we're trying to charge them with the crimes, get them to do the time and the fines, and then also get an injunction so they can't work in government positions ever again.
One thing I'm gonna throw you away is if the trial goes south.
Thanks, that's your one.
File for a appeal. There was witness tampering that took place at Dean's World, and I have it on film, where Bass came up to meowfurryon while he was trying to get his dick wet, and said, "Hey, meowfurryon." You'll have to watch it, but it's very classic witness tampering. And it wasn't until his passenger in the seat, a fellow officer, told him we better get out of here before we get in trouble. Something along those lines.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, if this could, thank you for sharing that with me.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Thank you for being so vigilant on making sure that this went through the right channel.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't need any specific testimony from you to prove these charges, but your doing that helped meowfurryon, preserve his rights as a human and as a cat.
And his life. They could have killed him. Is the thing.
Absolutely.
It wasn't until I realized what was happening, and I started trying to look for meowfurryon and shit. There was a good possibility that meowfurryon would be dead today.
Well,
now, if I recollect properly, there was a lot of fucked up shit said. In fact, I believe I had asked, oh man, I wish I remember some of this, but Bass admitted to me on a phone call that he would have killed meowfurryon.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
They did say they were going to kill me, but then they remembered that Emperor Nino saw me.
Well, damn, I'm really glad you were there. Okay, so kind of back to the questions a little bit. It's going to be stuff like, did you enter their vehicle? To your knowledge, were they aware that you were in the vehicle? How did they come to discover you in the trunk? Were you arrested for trespassing? Where did they take you at that point? Just basically establishing the timeline and that sort of stuff. The answers are pretty straightforward, and just be honest. And if you don't know something, it's okay to say I don't recall or I'm not sure. I'd rather you have you say that than you say something that's accidentally wrong just because you don't remember it. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Excellent. Because between what you're gonna say about the events that were established, Bass's signed Mirandai's confession, and the report that they released, like we got this locked up pretty good. So yes, Mr. Nino, if anything ends up going south, which I kind of doubt, we're pushing really hard for a plea agreement.
Okay.
So I'm honestly not even sure when we get in there and the judge asks how you pleaded the charges, they might plead guilty to some of them. So Well, it'll be interesting to see. I think from what I understand, they were mostly looking to contest the. Hang on one second, but they were mostly looking to contest the kidnapping aspect. So the fact that you were apprehended and brought against your will to Grapeseed. Give me 1 second.
I was talking to Buddha last night. He's like, "You're fucking throwing. Tell me how you're gonna do it. You're gonna fucking throw." That was funny last night. I tried to tell him what was going on or what I was gonna do, but he couldn't hear me because Discord was fucking up. You're 100% throwing.
Shut up and take
Lizette,
my money.
thank you for gifting the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Baby Gringo, thanks for the tier 1.
You got this, meowfurryon. You fucking got this, all right? Justice is gonna prevail today.
Oh, yeah? Well, what kind
Hey,
of...
in worst case scenario, you know, you got a date, my man.
I don't know if I'm ready for a date, though.
Oh, it'll be good. You know, you can, bring her to the park or something, you know? Maybe she can, I don't know, she can, like, bring a ball of yarn and, you know.
I'm a pun.
Hey
Thanks,
guys, quick
Just see the things
request.
like giving
My
tier
phone
10,
is
tier 1.
fucked. Is there any chance either of you can see if Sebastian Birch is in the yellow pages? He's my co-counsel for this one, and he's trying to get a hold of us and find out where we're at.
I do not see him. Can you tweet him?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I don't think my phone's working at all. Like,
How do you spell his name?
Shut up and take my money.
Sebastian, Sebastian.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I also didn't see anything on...
Sebastian?
Correct.
Shut up and take my money.
All right, I just tweeted him. Hopefully that's the right one.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah, I had no idea my phone broke.
Jesus.
Well, I'm a pen and paper guy. I mean, you guys can have all the apps you want, but like, I got it.
Shut
I got
up
it.
and take
deep,
my
you know
money.
what I'm saying?
Well, how's that helping you today?
Oh, it's not great.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what pen and paper don't got anything on like the fucking cloud, right? You fucking do something, it's like saved in like, you know, up in the computers or whatever. You know what I mean? So your fucking phone breaks, you can go pull another phone out and you're good.
Take my money.
But if you have it on pen and paper, then you can just
Is that it? Is that him? Are you Sebastian Birch?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
all right.
How's it going? Thank
Have you
so
met before, you two?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
good,
we worked
good.
a bunch of cases together.
All right.
I've never met you guys before.
So, just finished running Mr. Furryon here through the basically the questions we're doing, just establishing the timeline, answer truthfully, say you don't know if you don't know kind of stuff. Now, Nino's not on our witness list because we don't necessarily need that his testimony to prove these charges, but he has laid a bunch of knowledge bombs on me today. Basically, like, he's the one that was able to like get the pressure on to track meowfurryon down, make sure he was okay, and then basically push this as an issue into police command or high command, so that way this got addressed. So there's a big part of that. Also, he has videos of witness tampering.
Just took place about 45 minutes ago, maybe 30 minutes ago, in which Bass approached meowfurryon and said some choice words.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is something we can sidebar with the judges if you want. Would you be able to email me that video? Is it on the
yeah.
email or is it on the phone?
I could, yeah, I just gotta go down to the station later and get this all produced for you.
Okay, gotcha.
If
Yo,
we're going
Mask
about
is Sandy,
this, we
thanks
should
for the
grab
prime.
an unaffiliated judge to talk to. Like
Okay.
Weston, if she's in there, someone like that.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then you're on their witness list, right?
Yep. I'm actually surprised that wasn't called in to be y'all's witness, because like I said, I was present when meowfurryon was originally taken. I was present to witness meowfurryon not resisting and being put into cuffs.
Well, we'll try to. Blow
I'm the one who started realizing that something had gone wrong. I'm the one who made sure that nobody went inside the torture area before the cops arrived, so that there wouldn't be any question of tampering or anything along those lines. Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
All right, let's maybe grab
What's up,
Weston
Yoy?
real quick and
Yoy,
have a
meow.
brief aside because we got the clock ticking right now.
Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't park here, man. I don't know.
Thanks for the tier 1 meal.
God
Yo, I
damn it.
appreciate it.
Paige kept me at arm's length for a reason.
Yeah, that's cool. I just needed to.
Sorry, there we go.
Okay, perfect. Just want to check to see if you have my breast. All right. Oh my God, you're very close to me. You're all
Hey, sorry
very
about
close to me
that.
behind the desk. Get out from behind the desk.
I do need to speak to you about a time-sensitive issue that's very important right now.
All right, one second. Let me help this guy. All right. What kind of licenses did you want?
Hey, is there like a clothing room here somewhere?
I don't know. I know I've kicked off my shoes a few times in the mayor's office to like take a nap when nobody's looking, but I haven't gotten changed in here.
But I think together it's 1,000.
There's one right down the street, Emperor.
Yeah, but then I gotta I gotta I mean, I could go down there.
Or
I
you
mean,
do the
fuck
roosters.
it.
The roosters rest. That's pretty quick too, if you think about it, right? Ty?
True. I may end up doing that actually. You know, I feel like homemade sandwiches are really fucking underrated, as is bologna.
Oh, absolutely.
A little bit of mustard and some bologna on some bread, fucking good. And you know, bologna gets even better if you microwave it a bit.
I like pastrami better.
Oh, I can get behind that.
Pastrami, pickles, and mustard.
You ever get yourself like a $20 panini press? Just throw some heat on that motherfucker.
A good panini makes any sandwich 10 times better.
Oh, absolutely.
What is even the difference between a panini and a non-panini?
Well, the panini is, I think you need, it's only certain breads that are for paninis, right? But it's mostly the way that it toasts.
I think it's the grill marks.
Hey, what's up?
You called Titus as a witness, but you haven't talked to him at all. You calling him up still?
I missed that note. Had added him as a witness initially,
Yeah, 'cause-
so like we
yeah.
do have some questions available.
Oh
but
my
I
god.
think
Oh god, are they looking to be the ones throwing? Oh shit.
Gotcha.
Well, he's right over there. You want to talk to him?
Hey,
Or you
guys.
can prep him for this if you're- call him up or
where is
see
Hi,
if you can
Officer
interview him.
Mac.
He's right over there. I can send him over here if you want.
What's up? Forcer's Law? Yeah. Coop's Law is for people who are robbing banks every goddamn day.
Go to IHOP. I went this morning. I picked up my mom some breakfast.
Elevated charges and times is fine.
Wait, what?
Huh?
I don't. That is not what Coop's.
Hey,
that is
good luck tonight,
not
guys.
what Coop's law is for. What the fuck?
I have no idea what's going on.
Well, a judge that is unfamiliar with a particular law.
Oh.
Yeah, it's again, it's like it's mostly for serial killer and serial.
Good luck, meow.
Assaults, basically.
Thanks.
So if you have somebody who's on like a stabbing spree.
Do anything for your mom today, Emperor Nino?
Wait, I'm sorry. What's that?
Did you do anything for your
gang.
mom today?
Oh, I did. I got her a laptop.
Ooh.
Hey, what's going on, Gil? You ready for
Not
this?
much. I don't necessarily have any involvement in this one. The people one, it's kind of stupid. I
yeah,
asked
I
if
know.
I could be special counsel for it, and they said no.
I thought you were
Obviously-
going to be my lawyer because you're doing all the stuff.
Yeah, I thought so as well. Well, I thought they would at least want me to help, considering I probably have way more
Yeah.
involvement in this. But I don't know. I think the DA's office wanted to keep this very close to their chest for whatever reason.
Huh.
I think, obviously, me pushing for like civil charges afterwards might want to push this through to then how it affects any related knock-on charges. Yeah, it's obviously I'd try way harder, but obviously I benefit from them getting charged criminally, so I think they wanted us to stray away from it.
Huh.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Owens let me know he doesn't need me to be a witness anymore, so I don't know if this affects you guys civilly or not, but
I don't think so.
so you know. All right, cool.
Appreciate that. Hi, Forza. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. I don't want to be a degenerate.
Not again. Please, not again.
Please, not again. Please, not again.
Man, if only someone.
Are you here for like support of
some
like
gasoline.
Wolf and Bass or what?
I know it's gonna happen.
I am. Well, obviously, you know, I've been serving with them for a number of years. But
I don't think so.
Again,
I mean, that'd be hard to sneak in there.
This stuff is important.
It would be.
Yeah.
Like it's.
Yo,
My
you having
judgment
pocket
doesn't matter.
troubles?
Like,
Wait, sorry. What? Up there?
You having
No.
pocket
All the-
troubles?
I have
No.
I have those all the
I'm good.
time.
Sorry. What were you saying, Forza?
my personal feelings towards these people
going
do
to,
not.
Step inside the courtroom
You
real
know.
quick and let Kaya
Reflect against like the how you feel like this should go. Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
Like, yeah, you can be friends with people, but at the same time, you also want to see justice and all that kind of
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
hard place to kind of stand, I guess. You okay?
No. Yeah, I am good. I am good. There's a camera. You good, Mr. Chavez?
By the way, Meow,
You're
just
not-
take this. You got like a little bit of blood on your sleeve.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
wipe
we got
yourself
hit
down
by a
with it.
couple cop cars when we were on our way here.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got hit by a car earlier on Dorset Drive when I was chasing some street racers.
Street
And
racing?
they-
Who could do
yeah,
that?
Yeah, they were street racing, and the car just stops in front of me, and I lose them.
Well, you lost them?
Yep,
Oh, that's sad.
yep. The man in a pink Hawaiian shirt in the front.
Man, who would wear a pink Hawaiian shirt?
Yeah, I think it was unbuttoned as well.
Patrick Starr?
I bet he was ripped as well.
Actually funny, because I clocked them at 75 on my plate reader. Yeah, I clocked them going 75 miles an hour.
Hmm.
Well, and of course, they stopped right in front of me. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, who would do something like that? I cannot believe it.
Don't know.
Oh shit!
I
we
don't
should
know.
probably go inside, yeah.
Yeah, the
I
court
just-
case is
I
about to
just
start.
spoke-
Yo, is thanks to the tier 1.
Yeah, the combine harvester.
Uh-huh. Thank you, Indeed. Can I get a hug?
How was the SWAT training, by the way? I heard a lot of people thought it was pretty good.
Miss Petunia,
Hi.
you're here.
Shut up and take
I
my
am
money.
here.
I
Hello.
missed you. Devilish thanks for the 5 gifted tier 1s.
Alright, you got this.
Glorion? You're awake early.
Love you.
I love
Yes,
you
I'm
too.
here for you.
Thanks.
Love your
Take my
Glorian.
money.
I'm always here for you. Can I stand back here?
I think
It doesn't matter.
I
Will they get mad at me?
I have no idea. I don't even know where I'm supposed to stand.
I
Shut up
don't
and
know.
take my money.
Well, you're standing on the right side, so
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
right.
This is the side for you.
Because we're the prosecutors.
Thank you.
I am? I don't have a bar
You don't
license
look
though.
so bad yourself.
No, 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 no.
Oh, you're a witness, meowfurryon.
Oh.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh, do you?
What's all this, mate?
Shut up and take my money.
Thanks, Luca. We get to play catch today.
What do you think it means?
I think it's about Gurren Lagann. You ever seen that? Something about a drill.
Do you want to drill?
Yeah,
I can
they
drill you.
They can pierce the heavens.
You want to drill me?
Thanks for gifting another tier 1. Thank you so much.
That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, I guess.
Orion's
So
getting
what is the
drilled.
ETA on this shit? You know?
Mendoza looks like the tallest person here. With their fucking bun.
Everybody's just nodding in sync right now.
Mendoza's bun makes it look like the tallest person here.
Maybe they're listening to something good in their head. You ever get that like song stuck in your head?
I love you.
TKBZ, thank you for gifting the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you.
Yes, don't you ever feel like a plastic bag floating in the wind?
Yeah.
all the time.
Sapcat, thanks for the 5 gifted as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. It's a hype train as well. Scam train. Meep Beep, thank you for gifting the 5 tier 1s. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Not me.
I really appreciate it, guys.
So
Thank
what's
you
this
so
about
much.
you owning a bar?
Devilicious with a number 5 gifted.
No, he wanted a bar license.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
That's for the E12 clear? Yeah, we did it the other day.
Damn.
Justice Meow. Has a nice
Did you get
sound.
stuck on the door?
Yes, you got this.
You missed it? I don't
Yes,
think I
I think
streamed
it-
it. I didn't.
I don't think he can see me. He's been ignoring me.
Huh?
Yeah, you're getting just walled out.
Just been ignoring me.
Huh? I am?
If I'm petting you, you're good kitty, okay?
$50.
Yeah, you gotta pay him
Yeah,
$50.
Yeah, you see me.
Yeah,
I see
I
you.
said
I see
yes.
you.
Can you not hear
Why
me?
did Why did you say $50?
Thank you for the five gifted tier
Good
1
luck.
subs,
You
Geek
got
Girl.
this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm glad to see so many offices on meowfurryon side.
There you go. Why $50?
Boris and
Good.
Thank you. You can pet me.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Boris,
Yeah,
thanks for the
shame.
gifted tier 1. Zapcat,
Periodic.
subscribe for 2 months in a row with tier 1. Thank you so much. Yeah?
Periodic. Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Hold on. Come over here just for 2 seconds.
Shut up and take my money.
I don't want to tell you now. I wanted to tell you to keep it a secret or a surprise, but I think we found a lead on your yarn balls.
You
Shut
did?
up and take my money.
Yes. Me and Sir Lang have.
Smoker, thanks for the tier 1.
We essentially have a source of where your yarn balls might be.
No way.
Shut up
Freddie and
and take my
Terry, they're
money.
safe? Hello, Hayes.
And
Thanks
yes,
for the
in
5
their,
gifted
in
tier
their
1.
jar. At least from what we know. We might have to do a quest for them, though.
I'll always quest for my balls.
Shut up
I-
and take my money.
100 biddies, Lillian. Thank
Sir
you
Lang
so
might
much.
not be here, but he told me to tell you that we need you to win this case. Your balls might be on the line.
My balls are on the line for the case?
Yes.
Shut up and take my
No,
money.
not like now you're not going to lose them forever, but like it will be easier to find them if you win the case. Apparently.
Husby, thanks to tier 1. But if I do, I'll have to break
Shut up and
commandment
take
of the
my money.
Stormlord.
What's the commandment?
I dare not speak it.
Oh, it's just you and me right here.
We've been commanded to never break character. And I might have to break character.
Meowfurryon. Meowfurryon.
Yeah.
I don't.
Very rare cases. It might be important.
Bumps, let me see here.
I understand that we can't do it anymore. We haven't done it in months.
We made an
Actually-
oath to never break character. And I might
Actually,
have to break
I
character.
don't think it was an oath. He just yelled at us not to do it.
I thought we swore an oath.
Shut up and
Oh,
take my
he's
money.
not in the MD.
Spencer, thanks for the 500 bits.
Hold on, is there any of the party here? We can ask Sir Nino.
We sit down. You think we should sit down? Just
Why would
sitting
Sir
You
down
think he'd
is
know?
guilty.
Why would he know?
Well, he's an emperor.
Well, he's an
Shut
emperor,
up
but
and
he
take
wasn't
my money.
there.
Was he not there?
No. Remember, it was like that deep throat guy and the...
Oh, the skull mask guy.
Yeah.
And the guy that looks like a Warhammer figurine.
Yeah.
Shut up and take my
Damn
money.
it. Do you know where Bjorn is at? Let me call Bjorn. Where's Bjorn? Can't call Bjorn. You know where Bjorn's at?
No. He's probably still asleep. I heard he was up for
He's
a
still
long time.
asleep.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh, that is true. I forgot about that. It was his birthday. Alright, come here, Ed.
Mm-hmm.
First things first, I didn't realize there was a second floor up there. Did you know that?
Oh, wait,
Shut
what?
up and take my money.
Right?
Wow.
Nobody looks up in the city.
No.
It's really like a problem. It kind of works at our advantage and disadvantage.
Well, actually, no. I remember actually learning that actually even outside the city, no one looks up either.
Wait, really?
Yeah, if you ever think about it, no one actually spends the time to look up.
Wait, is it dogs or cows? Is it dogs or cows that can't look up?
Hey, Abdul.
Well, I don't know. They're probably
Shut
cows.
up and take my money.
Oh, wait, where you got distracted? I forgot.
Yeah.
I should have made a raffle. You're right, Abdul.
What do you think would have happened
Shut up and take my money.
if you did break character for 1 second?
Storm Lord won't love me anymore. I'll be expelled from the guild.
No, we won't expel you. You might maybe punished, but I don't think we will ever expel you, unless you betray us.
I would never betray the Storm Lord.
I understand, Mephrion. I'm looking into your eyes, your cold, unblinking eyes.
I'm
of a
looking
cat.
I'm looking at your warm, blinking eyes.
Look into my eyes, Mephrion.
I am.
Dude. What? Hold on. I'm going to roll a wisdom check.
Okay. I'm gonna roll a cock check.
Shut up and take my money.
All right, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to proceed.
Average day.
So is the defense, Your Honor.
What if you roleplay that you're
You ready to go?
OOCing?
Shut up and take my
Yes, sir.
How's that? Would that work? Would that
Yes, sir.
fit? I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
I'll do it. I'll do what you think. Do what you think is right,
Pull up
Mephrion.
the case file here.
Shut up and take my money.
Are they talking?
All right, the statement of charges is on April 15th, 2021, during a traffic stop, Officer
Just be
Sam
thinking
Bass
crime.
and Dante Wolf heard a voice coming from the trunk of their police vehicle. Upon investigation, Clyde Meowfurryon, Eastside, was found to be in the trunk. Wolf and Bass took Mr. Eastside to a quote-unquote torture bunker in Grapeseed to forcefully extract any information that Mr. Eastside may have gleaned while in the trunk of the police vehicle. While in Grapeseed, Mr. Eastside was beaten and psychologically tormented at the hands of Bass and Wolf. During this time, the officers also stole Mr. Eastside's wheelchair and phone. The officers then wrote a fraudulent police report, report 6280, in an attempt to conceal their actions and evade justice. Okay. Mr. Bass, on the count of assault and battery times 1, how do you plead?
Guilty.
On the charge of kidnapping times 1, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of felony obstruction, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Mr. Wolf, on the count of accomplice assault and battery, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the count of accomplice to kidnapping, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And on the count of felony obstruction times 1, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, can the prosecution start with their opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, before it starts, can I place a motion, please? What motion's that?
I'd like to place a motion blocking the injunction that the DA has asked for in the event of a guilty verdict. We would feel that would violate the 8th Amendment of the Constitution, would serve as a cruel and unusual punishment.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, for sure. We'd like to block it, the injunction the DA has asked in the events of a guilty verdict. We feel this would violate the amendments of 8th Amendment of my client.
Here, T, thanks for the
and would serve as a cruel and unusual punishment.
Shut up and take
And
my money.
where's is this junction on the docket?
This would be under sentencing, Your Honor.
The courts doesn't have any authority to bar Mr. Bass and Mr. Wolf from being employed in a government entity. That's up to the government entity that hires them. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to give that ruling. So I think both the motion and the injunction itself would be irrelevant.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, let's continue with the opening.
All right. On April 15th, Clyde Eastside intentionally got into the trunk of Bass and Wolf's service vehicle without their knowledge. Shortly afterwards, Bass and Wolf pulled over Mr. Nino Chavez during a routine traffic stop. During this stop, they heard meowing coming from the trunk of the service vehicle. Upon inspection, they found meowfurryon in the trunk. He was arrested for felony trespassing. Fearing what he may have gleaned about any ongoing investigations, instead of interrogating him in the cells at MRPD, the officers abducted him and drove him to a torture bunker in Grapeseed in order to extract information from him by using physical violence and enhanced interrogation tactics used to place meowfurryon in a state of immense duress. Following these events, Officer Wolf released Report 6280, People's Exhibit B, to whitewash the events of the incident in order to obstruct justice from being brought against them for their actions. Thank you.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, people of the court, you heard the prosecution spin a wild tale of kidnap, torture, and obstruction. But the events of April 15th are far from what the prosecution is attempting to push. They would have you believe that my clients are monsters, common criminals, and tin pot gangsters. When in fact, all we hear is the facts that will prove that my clients did their jobs. We are to prove, without a shadow of doubt, my clients stayed well within the law. And when at one brief moment, Deputy Bass did regrettably strike the alleged victim, he and his colleague presented themselves to the hand of their superior so justice could follow. So due process could flow unhindered. The claims of anything else is stuff of pure fantasy. They want a few good men like Deputy Bass and Wolf to suffer as an example. They are willing to push exorbitant charges upon them as a punishment for straying from procedure, not law.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Only one crime was committed. And one of my clients, Bass, has admitted this. And we are willing to accept this and put them at the mercy of the courts. We will hear today the evidence disproving their guilt of any other crime other than what they stand accused of. We will crush these stories and replace them with fact, not fantasy, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ninja, thanks for the 500 bits. Thank you.
Prosecution, let's call your first witness.
All right, we would like to call Clyde meowfurryon Eastside to the stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and on penalties of perjury, so help you Coyle?
Can you say that again? I didn't hear anything.
Sure. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalties of perjury, so help you Coyle?
So help me, Coyle and the Stormlord.
Okay, you can proceed.
All right. Could you please state your name for the record?
I am meowfurryon, Archdruid of the Wild, Protector of the Grove, Defender of everything cute, fuzzy, and soft, Level 39 Warlock on Classic for Lena WoW, Grinder of Final Fantasy 14, 25% win rate in dating women, part-time accountant, Cat of the Year at Rooster's Rest, member of the guild.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask, did you encounter Officers Bass and Wolf on April 15th?
As far as I can recall, yes. On April 15th.
All right. Did you enter the trunk of their service vehicle?
I did. Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, did they see you enter the trunk?
No, but they did leave it unlocked.
Gotcha. How did they come to discover you in the trunk of the vehicle?
I started meowing when I heard Emperor Nino speaking.
Gotcha. What happened when they discovered you in the trunk?
They immediately pulled their weapons on me and told me to step out of the vehicle, which I did, and I was compliant. And then they handcuffed me immediately. And then they started to freak out and say they gotta kill me.
Did they say why they needed to kill you?
They said I overheard things that I wasn't supposed to hear, so they were freaking out.
Understood. Were you arrested for trespassing?
At the time they, I was, yes, after, but I don't remember if they told me that or not when I got out of the trunk.
Gotcha. Did they take you anywhere at that point?
Honestly, I couldn't really tell. They said they were going to take me to Grapeseed to torture and kill me. Yeah.
Did they end up taking you to Grapeseed?
I don't actually know. I just know that they brought me down into a room with a bench, or not a bench, like a chair, and they tied me down, and there was.
You take your time. You're being very brave. Did you consent to being transported to Grapeseed?
No.
All right. Did they place you in this chair that you described?
Yes.
And what happened then?
They told me that everything here from now on was off the books, and they started to they did they did the things.
When you say they did the things, did they interrogate you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did they threaten you physically?
They didn't threaten me physically. They did physically hit me.
And were you injured by the officers?
Yes.
Which officer struck you?
The one that was wearing the green mask. I couldn't tell.
Was Officer Wolf there as well?
There was two of them, and I couldn't tell because they were wearing masks, but they did sound like Officer Wolf and Officer Dante, or Officer Bass and Dante.
Gotcha. Were you threatened with water while you were there? Did they splash water on you while you were there?
They they took a water bottle and they poured it into a bucket and then he poured it over me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe.
I'm gonna put the court to recess. I need to understand the words that are happening, and I don't. So, if you need a moment to get yourself together, you can. But I'm not gonna proceed with this court case until I can understand exactly what's being said. 2-minute recess.
Your Honor, I'm also struggling to hear the victim with his mask on.
It's not a mask, you dumb fuck!
It is a mask.
Listen, all right. I'm not in the field of the pity kid stuff. I don't care. Two minutes.
Yo, Lampist, thanks for the tier 1. Spicy Tomas, thanks for the 10 gifted. Ultimate, thanks for the tier 1 for 3 months. Damn, 3-month streak.
Are they?
Can somebody get that guy trying to beat up the cops? Oh, you're trying.
I want to go around the bar.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Contempt of court, 100 months, 5K fine.
I'll kill both of you!
You got Dante, okay?
Oh my god. Yo, Wolfen, thanks for giving the tier 1. Lizette, thanks for gifting tier 1 as well. Giant pile of cats, thanks for the prime. Thank you so much. Lampiss, thank you as well. If I didn't say that already. Oh my god.
We need EMS, guys. Need EMS ASAP, please.
Can they actually, can Judd not actually understand me when I'm talking, or do I need to tone it back?
Somebody call for EMS, please.
Rexy
Not
Lexi, thanks for
responding.
the 669 bits. Thank you so much. Unlist, thank you for the
Not
tier 1 for
responding.
2 months. Farns, thanks for the prime. Spike, thanks for the 2 months. It's a little hard. Mic needs to be louder. Okay, is this loud? Hello?
We need a wheelchair. We need. Oh, he's talking. He's talking.
Hello?
He was not responding back to me.
Volume's fine.
Oh, volunteer EMS.
Just tell it to stay clear.
Other EMSs in there. I got kicked from behind.
Shut up and take my money.
Carla, tell me if the peanut gallery is getting too loud, because even I can hear them, and I've been telling them to be quiet. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna stand back there. If people are being loud, they're getting contempt charges.
Shut up and take my money.
That too. Well, I'm gonna kick him out.
Yo, Kazar Lazar, thanks for the tier 1.
Oh, some random guy just attacked me.
Standing up at the thing.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah, I'll be okay. Yeah, I know.
Shut up and take my money.
Morgan Grossen, thanks for gifting the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Shut up and take my money.
Is that the fry alert from Futurama? Yeah. I'm not enunciating? Okay, I'll try better.
Shut up and take my money.
Yo, Brawlito, thanks for the tier 1.
This also goes to your side. I'm gonna kind of
Mr. Eastside, you got yourself composed now?
Shut up and
I-
take my money.
I'll try my best.
Okay.
Yo, fix
To the
thanks for the 50,
individual that
50 bits.
struck Mr. Wolf, the court sends down
Shut
a
up and take my money.
charge of contempt of court with 100 months and a 5K fine. Make sure that's given to him. Let's put the score back in the session. Let's continue with the questioning.
Shut up and take
Yes,
my
Your Honor.
money.
All right, Mr. Furryon. We'll try to get through this quick so we don't have to belabor it, and get you back to a place where you feel comfortable. Was water poured on you while you were up in Grapeseed?
Relevance, Your Honor. We've already established that my clients had assaulted Meowfurryon.
I'm gonna overrule that. Of course, we've established that, but if it's part of all that what happened and it led up to everything else, then we just don't pretend like it didn't happen because they already pled guilty to it. That would be dumb. Let's continue.
Yes. They did.
All right. And did either of the people in the bunker attempt to stop what was going on?
No. Instead, they rode around in my wheelchair in front of me.
Did the officers at this point call EMS or any medical treatment?
Your Honor, objection. He's leading the witness.
Rebuttal.
I can withdraw that question.
Sure.
After that, were you charged with felony trespassing?
Like immediately after, or
at the conclusion of these events.
At the conclusion, they blindfolded me, and then they locked me in a cell, and they wouldn't let me see anyone, and they just sent me to jail on trespassing.
Understood. Following your release from jail, did you go to the hospital?
Yes, because I was denied medical when I asked for it in the jail cell.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to reference the medical report in People's Exhibit C here. If you need a moment to bring that up. And let me know when you got that up.
Oh, you need me to open?
Yes, I need you to take a look at that piece of evidence.
Okay.
All right. Is that medical report related or the result of the incident that we are discussing?
Yes.
And are those for the injuries that you obtained while in the bunker in Grapeseed?
Yes.
All right. That's it for my questions. Let me see if co-counsel has any questions. We have no further questions for the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, do I go down or do I wait here for him or?
Nope.
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
How are you doing, Mr. Eastside?
I'm down pretty bad.
Good.
Good.
Shut up and take my money.
Sorry, say again.
Nothing.
On the evening of the 15th, you were in the trunk of my client's police vehicle, correct?
Yes.
As stated. You then was moved from the trunk, is that correct?
Yes, I got out of the trunk.
And you had saw the officers' faces, is that correct?
Yes.
And then they placed you in cuffs?
Yes.
And arrested you for felony trespass.
I don't remember if they said. I don't recall if they told me if it was trespassing at that moment, but they immediately put me in the back of their trunk and started driving somewhere.
Okay, but you do admit to being in the back of a police vehicle?
Yes.
This is the first time you've been in the back of a police vehicle?
No.
Objection relevance?
It just shows
Rebuttal?
a pattern of Your Honor, of the crime.
I'll hear it
committed.
out a little longer. Overruled.
Whose police vehicle have you been caught in the past?
The day before, I was also in the vehicle, and I was Officer Bass's ride along at a bank robbery the day prior.
Thank you. When you were transported to Grapeseed, and they took you into the room, you said they tied you down, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you struggle? It's a harrowing situation, I take it.
No, they threatened to kill me, so I wasn't trying to struggle. I was trying to stay alive.
But they cuffed you. You were in fear of your life, but you didn't struggle.
I mean, what else can you really do? You're cuffed, and they're talking about how they're going to kill you for overhearing. I was trying to use diplomacy to survive.
Just for the court, Your Honor, I'd like to point to the medical record. That also, the medical record doesn't show any bruising around the wrists, which would be consistent with someone being waterboarded and tortured as well, Your Honor.
Objection of the counsel is absolutely testifying.
I'm just pointing to evidence of the fact that he was not tortured.
Wait, so stop right there. The counsel is pointing out to evidence on the report during his questioning. He can do that. Let's continue. Overruled.
After the situation in Grapeseed, transported you to the police department. Is that correct, Sandy? I believe.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? My ACDC.
Yeah, no worries. Did they report, after the situation in Grapeseed in the torture room, did they transport you to a police cell?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure. They had me blindfolded, and then they put me in a cell.
Okay, and did you ask for a lawyer there?
I asked for a lawyer and medical, and I asked for Trooper Copper, anyone, because they wouldn't let me see anyone else. You know.
And did a lawyer appear?
Yes.
So you weren't just left in that room alone without a lawyer and then sent off to be charged, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you appealed the charges of trespass?
I didn't really understand what was going on.
I never asked that question. I asked, did you appeal the charges that were brought against you?
I didn't know that I could appeal them or anything. So no.
You had a lawyer present, Mr. Eastside.
I did have a lawyer. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Prosecution. Anything?
Hey there. You said you had not appealed the charges. Are you aware that you have 30 days to appeal charges that have been brought against you?
No. The lawyer, the only thing he said was they're trying to 5150 me, and that's the only thing he was concerned about. And I told him that the two officers that tortured me and I was denied medical, and they didn't do anything else. And I thought he was with the officers at the time, and I told him, like, I don't think you're trying to help me. I think you're in on it with them. And after that, they came back in and they just sent me off to jail.
Shut up and take my money.
Gotcha. One moment. All right, that's all that I have for now, unless my co-counsel has any further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down.
Shut up and take my money.
Would you like to put Mr. Cloud here on the recall list?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, Mr. Cloud. Please stick around.
Shut up and take my money.
When they ask you if they call you up, I don't think they put you down as any witnesses. I mean, but
Hey, 88, come over here real quick.
Prosecution, you'll be on the witnesses.
The prosecution would like to call Officer Malton to the stand.
I'm starting to lag.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and appeal to defer to yourself, PDW.
Real horse people.
I do. All right, let's get this going.
All right, could you please state your name and occupation?
Yeah, my name is Captain Lance Malton with the LSPD.
All right, let me catch up.
Thank you, Captain
Soundsman,
Malton.
Thanks for the prime. Crackus,
The following questions
thanks
are
for the
going to
50 bits.
reference People's Exhibit A, and this is Captain Malton's notes from the interrogation of Sam Bass. So if you wouldn't mind pulling that up and let me know when you have it.
Give me a moment. All right, I have it.
Oh, did you guys get cheated for your points?
All right. Were you on duty on or about the 16th of April, 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you present at the interrogation of Sam Bass?
I was.
Was he Mirandized prior to the interrogation?
Yes.
Was he
God,
offered
bullshit.
legal representation?
Yes.
Did he consent to being questioned?
Yes.
Did he describe the traffic stop where he found meowfurryon in the trunk of his service vehicle?
Yes.
Did he admit to transporting meowfurryon to Grapeseed?
Yes.
Did he admit to interrogating him in a basement in Grapeseed?
Yes.
Did he admit to striking meowfurryon?
He did.
Did he make a claim that he did this because cats hate water?
I'm not sure what his exact words were. I'd have to reference the notes, but he did say at some point during the interview that there was water involved because, you know, cats just like it and it was an interview tactic for him.
Understood. Does Deputy Wolf have a duty to act when he sees a crime being committed?
Yes.
Does Officer Bass have a duty to act when he sees a crime being committed?
I would believe so if he's on his own for sure. I think it gets a little more muddied when you're part of a unit, though.
Understood. Did either officer or did Bass indicate during this interrogation that Wolf attempted to intervene?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Bass indicate during this interrogation that Wolf intervened to stop what was happening?
He indicated that Dante Wolf was I guess an observer would be the best way to put it.
All right. Is there any aspect of standard procedure that involves doing interrogations away from the site of the crime?
Objection, Your Honor. He's arguing standard procedures in the court of law.
That's not an
You repeat that?
He's trying to. I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on. But
Can you
Dino's laughing,
repeat
so
the
it must be
question?
something weird.
I'll rephrase it slightly. Outside of MRPD and the location where a crime is committed, is there any procedure for taking the suspect to a secondary location for interrogation?
There are, as far as actually where to conduct an interrogation, there are no specifically written SOPs. However, at the risk of being blunt, there's a lot of SOPs that we assume are kind of common sense that should be followed that aren't explicitly written down.
Would blindfolding a suspect be outside of these common sense SOPs that you're referring to?
The only situation that I personally can see is where you want to blindfold a suspect is if they're a CI of sorts, or you're trying to you don't want them to know where you're going to be questioning Matt because you're afraid of an ambush or something to that extent. So
Understood.
and the need for top secrecy, basically, I could see blindfolding a suspect for officer safety, but outside of that, I can't see one personally.
Understood. That is all of the questions I have for the witness at this time, unless my co-counsel has anything.
No questions from me, Your Honor.
Defense.
Thank you, Your
Honor. For the next one, maybe.
Good evening,
on
officer.
redirect,
How you doing?
Maybe
Good,
ask
thank
him
you.
if he's ever taken someone to a torture
Oh, you
bunker
stated your name and rank.
question them.
During the
I don't know what the answer's going to be.
in your opinion, as a professional police officer, when you sat down with Bass and Dante in their interviews, would you say they obstructed any law?
No, I mean, they were very forthcoming in the interview of Bass. I believe the only times the interviews were paused is when they had legal questions or wanted to speak to their officer
Ask
advocate
him
that
about
was
the report
present.
and obstruction, I guess.
So during the
Don't believe a
interviews,
Vulcan, he's gonna
Bass
scam you.
admitted the assault. Is that correct?
Objection.
Can you repeat that one, please?
Okay.
During the interview, did Deputy Bass admit the assault?
He admitted to punching and kicking the suspect once in a, I believe, visceral reaction, were your words used in the report.
Thank you. What is the process that someone has to go through when they report a crime, especially an officer about themselves when they self-report, should I say?
Well, it would be chain of command, so you would have to go to just any superior really for the things like this, and then essentially have to let any internal processes or external, for that matter, kind of take its due course.
Thank you. And did my clients approach the most senior officer in your department?
I was told that he approached the chief of police, but I didn't witness that or anything. That's just what I was told.
And who asked you to carry out the investigation against my clients?
So I was specifically asked to help by Captain Divine, however he received his orders from the chief of police.
Thank you. So in your professional capacity as a cop, both the defendants did all they could to allow justice to flow unhindered.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, they didn't try to influence Divine or mine's kind of investigation. You know, we spoke to them. They answered our questions. We spoke to other people. You know, throughout this whole process, I guess they've been what I would call cooperative.
Yo, Easy
Going
Gus,
back
thanks
to
for
the
the tier
arrest
1.
of Mr. Eastside. When an officer arrests someone, can you go through the process for me, please?
I guess that's kind of a general question, but I guess if I was to give like a high-level overview, you would arrest them on scene, you know, maybe catalog what they have on you, take any evidence that might be relevant to the crime in question. You would possibly interrogate them depending on if you're wanting more information about the crime or other crimes that suspect may be involved in.
Thank you so much.
You speak to them about any kind of charges you wish to push. You know, include a lawyer if they want that. At the end of the process, you kind of come to a consensus on if there's charges they want to plead guilty to, or if they're wanting to plead not guilty to a set of charges. And then they're sent up to Bolingbrook with the associated time and fine. And then if not guilty, the client could always appeal it at a later date.
Swoop 10.
And then
Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Report has
Holy
to
shit.
be compiled and evidence must be submitted. And in our SOPs, that report must be finished within 24 hours.
And in the case of my clients, Dante and Bass, were all those processes complete?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I mean, I'll admit I'm not quite sure what happened as far as like the arrest process was considered, but there was a report submitted, yes.
Going back to the arrest again, our Fuhrer was found in a trunk of a police vehicle. Would you deem that a felony trespass yourself?
I'll admit, I've never really had someone hiding out in the vehicle. I'd certainly consider it. Maybe consult like some legal experts or the DA. I've only pushed it for government buildings, but it may apply to government vehicles. I would consider pushing it for sure at the very least, and speak to others about it.
Thank you. And in that train of thought, if a person was in the back of your police cruiser, would you say you had probable cause to arrest?
Well, if you're wanting to push the felony trespassing charge, yes. I mean, at the very least, I would detain them to kind of figure out what's going on.
Thank you.
Would you
Is there
interrogate them about
any,
what
and I know
they
you
heard?
cannot talk about
That has
standard
nothing to
operating
do with the
procedures,
crime.
but is there any law that states, or any procedure that states that my clients, after an arrest, have to take them directly to a police station?
I mean, not to my knowledge, although I will say again that I would consider that more like a common sense thing, but I don't believe it's specifically written anywhere in our penal code or anything.
And apart from the assault on the victim,
I'm already lost. I have no idea what's being argued.
Excuse me, just looking for my paperwork.
Chad, is anyone paying attention?
On the part of the assault on the victim, would you say procedure broken and not law?
I would say procedure was definitely broken at the very least here, yes.
Any further questions, Your Honor?
Prosecution?
All right, give me one quick second to get my paperwork together here.
Oh my god, Jaeger is waiting there. Oh my god, is he gonna shank Bass? Oh my god. They're gonna... Oh no. Kidnapping does not apply?
All right. So in your, you just said that procedure was definitely broken in there. In the penal code, assault and battery is defined as openly threatening violence or injury upon another individual, either orally or through their actions, and acts upon that threat. So in your opinion, as a law enforcement officer, was the crime of assault and battery committed?
Objection, Your Honor. It's relevance. We've already established this committed assault and battery.
Rebuttal?
Yeah, rebut. Well, he's trying to paint the picture that procedure was broken and not law, and I think it's very germane to also establish that the law was broken here.
I'm talking in the matter of arrest, Your Honor.
I'm gonna allow it. I get your objection, but just because something is objectionable doesn't mean you should probably always object it. Continue.
It's done, Your Honor.
All right, and you also laid out the process for processing arrests. Is there any point in the process where the suspect is blindfolded and taken to a basement in Grapeseed?
I guess real quick, do you want me to answer your assault and battery question first, or is what?
Oh, yes, please.
If you can you give him a question and not a book?
Yes, sir.
Shut up and take my money.
All right. In your opinion, as a law enforcement officer, does this constitute the crime of assault and battery?
For a Deputy Bass, yes.
All right. And is taking a suspect to a basement in Grapeseed part of standard arrest procedure?
Not any that I've been a part of.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Shut up and take my money.
No against it. If you've arrested that person, it's just procedure. I hear you whispering. I hear you too.
Hey guys, it's me, meowfurryon.
Shut up and take my money.
How are you doing?
Would you like to, for the defense, reject to add Mr. Malton to your recall list?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Malton, please stick around.
Take my money.
Yes, Your Honor.
Prosecution, you have any other witnesses?
We would like to call Captain Devine to the stand.
Captain Devine.
Shut up and take my money. Shut up and take my money.
Mr. Devine, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and appeals of perjury, so help you, Alexander.
I do.
Shut up and take my
Okay,
money.
continue.
All right. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Captain Johnny Devine.
All right. Were you on duty on or about the 16th of April, 2021?
Yes,
Were you present at the interrogation of Sam Bass?
I was present.
Was he Mirandized prior
Crispy,
to
thanks
the
to the Prime
interrogation?
Gaming.
Yes.
For 2 months. On a 2 month
Was he
streak.
offered legal
Thank you so much.
representation?
Yes, he waived his right to an attorney.
And did he consent to being questioned?
Yes.
Did he describe the traffic stop wherein he found meowfurryon in the trunk of his service vehicle?
Yes.
Did he also admit to transporting meowfurryon to Grapeseed?
Yes.
Wait, did he say that
was
I
he on duty
waived my
with,
right? I didn't
Dante
waive my
Wolf at
right.
this time?
Yes.
Did he admit to striking meowfurryon?
I
Oh,
believe
bastard.
one punch and one kick.
Did he admit to pouring water on him?
I believe the exact words were that he poured water on him. Yes.
Do officers Bass and Wolf have an obligation to act when they see a crime being committed?
Yes.
Did Bass indicate Wolf attempting to intervene in the scenario?
Negative. He was more so observing. Is pretty much what we got from it.
All right. No further questions for this witness at this time.
Defense?
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm very good. Thanks for asking.
I don't know. I did hear him earlier.
Obviously, you interviewed my clients about the whole situation. Is that correct?
I did not interview. I was observing.
Okay, you were observing, but you were in the room, correct?
Correct.
And who instigated the investigation into the two officers?
The chief of police contacted me.
And where did the chief of police find out the information that Bass and Dante was allegedly assaulting Mr. Eastside?
I believe that both of them came to him directly.
So both officers approached the chief of police, the most senior officer in the city, and admitted their guilt to him.
I don't know the details of that conversation, but I do know they both approached the chief of police, yes.
And then the chief of police approached you and asked you to investigate a crime.
Yeah, he asked me to, yes, look into it.
Does that, in your professional opinion as a police officer, ring of obstruct justice?
It's just because they felt bad later doesn't mean
I don't think
obstructed
they're
justice
obstructing
initially.
justice at that point, no.
Correct.
No further questions this time.
I'm good to let him go.
Prosecution.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Bond, you can step down. Would you like to put Mr. Bond in the recall list?
Yes, please.
Stick around, Mr. Bond.
I don't think they can call Copper.
Okay.
She's not on the
Any other
witness
witnesses
list.
there for the prosecution?
We would like to call Officer Mack to the stand.
Mr. Mack? I like the entrance.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Mac, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you Quill.
I do.
Okay. Continue.
All right, thank you. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Deputy Mac, 308.
All right, thank you. Were you on duty on or about the 16th of April, 2021?
Yes.
Were you also present during the interrogation of Sam Bass?
Yes. I was
And
in and
was
out of
he-
the, I was actually in and out of the room. I was mainly observing from the observation room.
Gotcha. Is that the room with the one-way glass sort of
Actually,
thing?
no, I was in there. I was in there too. Yeah. No, I was in there.
Gotcha. Let's see. Was he Mirandized?
Yes.
Was he offered legal representation?
We were. I forget the term for it, but he had Ripley in there with him.
Gotcha. Did he consent to being questioned?
Yes.
Did he describe the traffic stop where he found meowfurryon in the trunk of his service vehicle?
Yes.
Did he admit to transporting meowfurryon to Grapeseed?
I believe so.
All right. Did he admit to the interrogation in the basement in Grapeseed?
Yes.
Did he admit to striking meowfurryon?
He said he punched him once and kicked him once.
Gotcha. Did he admit to pouring water on meowfurryon?
He stated that he had one bottle of water that I think he put into a bucket, like a normal bottle of water that he poured on him.
All right. Do officers Bass and Wolf have a duty to act when they see a crime being committed?
I'd imagine so. Yes, we normally are supposed to report a crime, act upon a crime.
Gotcha. That's all the questions I have for this witness, unless my co-counsel has any.
No questions from me, Your Honor.
Vince, do you have any questions?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
I can't hear him.
You've already stated that you were present during the interrogation of Bass and Dante, is that correct?
Are you? I hear you.
I
I
can't
think
hear
you're
you,
very
Bing.
quiet. You're very quiet.
Apologies. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, what's
Yep.
going on, man? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. You've already stated that you were present during the interrogations, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that my client Sam Bass admitted full guilt to assault.
Correct.
In your view as a police officer, does that point to obstruction of justice?
I mean, it might be acting out of line, but I mean, it might be unorthodox. But I mean, if he's, I still think he's doing an investigation.
He's
I don't
admitted
think
his
it's
crime.
obstructing.
Officer Bass in the actual interrogation admitted his crime. Is that correct?
Yes.
To a police officer.
Yes. Multiple.
Thank you.
Huh?
Any further questions?
I'm good. You good?
Yeah.
Nothing more
Let's get-
from the prosecution for this witness.
Would you like to add Mr. Mack to your recall list?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mack, you're free to stay or free to leave. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Prosecution, any other witnesses?
That is it for our witnesses. Give me just one moment to make sure that I got everything so we can rest.
Any evidence? Survey?
We can do that during closing. At this time, the prosecution rests, Your Honor.
Very well. Defense?
Slade
Would
Malton
you like to call your first witness?
Hey, I'd like to call Chief of Police, please, Bob Smith.
And they have Nino, the doctor, Divine, Bobby, meowfurryon on their list as well. It's at the top of the doc.
We're on
Yeah.
like 4 facts, right?
Yeah. I don't know what they're gonna. I don't know how much they can push from here. They're trying to put all the
Chief
blame
Smith,
on
do you
Bass,
swear to
but
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the penalties of perjury, so help you, wise guy?
I do.
Okay. You can continue.
Good evening. Can you state your name and rank, please, for the court?
Sure. I'm Bob Smith. I'm the Chief of Police over at the LSPD.
Thank you. And on the night in question of the events that we've heard unfold, did Officer Bass and Wolf approach you?
Yes, they did.
And what did they report?
I think we need to know when. Or not after.
They reported a multitude of things at once. Primarily that they had a suspect in custody, that he was transported to Grapeseed because they believed he had overheard information that was very confidential to them on the back of their cop car, and that one thing led to another. Suspect was quote-unquote waterboarded, but then it also was quote-unquote just some water was sprayed on him. And that was about the summarization of their confession to me.
He just
And
said that he's waterboarded.
would you say that the would you say that you're the most senior ranking officer?
Oh yeah, by far.
And if, say, an officer wanted to admit that they had committed a crime on duty, would they come to you?
Well, I would expect him to come to the next senior officer to them, following the chain of command, primarily. Wouldn't expect him to come directly straight to me, as I'm a very busy guy. But yeah, nevertheless, it still would not be against. It wouldn't be so far as to say that somebody wouldn't come to me to report a crime if they did. Yes.
Thank you. And did you have anybody investigate the crime that they reported? Self-reported?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
No worries. And with Bass and Wolf coming forward, would you say they did all they could to allow a fair process and to face criminal punishment?
I would say coming to me directly was definitely
I'd like to object that question is incredibly leading.
Ooh.
Rebuttal.
Believers win this time, huh?
I think it's quite important in establishing the fact that they actually reported the crime, Your Honor.
I mean, I get that. I get what you're trying to do, but the objection was that you're leading. And so your rebuttal is to try to explain why you're not leading, not tell me what you're trying to do.
Uh-oh.
I'll reword the question, if I may.
You okay?
It's gonna be speculation.
If an officer's duty to report crime, is that correct?
I don't even fully understand what leading is.
Is their duty to report crime?
If they committed themselves, yes.
Any lawyers in
yes.
chat?
And both Dante and Officer Bass gave statements, is that correct?
At which point in time, sir? Are you talking about the statements to me or the
Specific
statements
answer.
while under
After
Miranda?
you authorized their investigation into what they had reported?
So you're asked? Yes, they gave statements which led to me authorizing an investigation. Yes.
Thank you. And did Bass admit in that statement to your knowledge of an assault?
From the way it was worded, yes.
And you would say that? Would you say Bass did all he could to report that crime of assault?
I can't speak on behalf of Deputy Bass if he did all he could, but him coming to me would signify that yes, he followed procedure in terms of contacting a senior officer and reporting a crime being committed.
Thank you. And your professional opinion is top of the police department. Did Bass or Dante obstruct officers in this investigation?
Buddha's spending time with his mom. Look at all you
from what I've
losers. You're
seen,
here
no.
watching me. You could be spending time with your
And fully
mom.
expected their punishment.
Or you could bring your mom here.
Are you asking me if
You
they
watching this
expected
with your
their
mom?
Punishment?
Yes, did they accept their
Dante pleaded not guilty to everything. He doesn't.
did they
expect any
accept their punishment? Or did Officer Bass accept his punishment?
I'll be your mom, Cook.
Throughout the
punny.
investigation,
I'm going to object that this question
Your
is
mom's
kind of
watching?
vague.
Hey,
and
what
he
up?
Pleaded not
Okay, I'll
guilty to
withdraw
a
it.
bunch of charges. So
Your kid,
no.
they're good in chat.
It's also speculation.
Rebuttal.
I'll just withdraw it, Your Honor.
Yo, make an account
Okay.
right now. Okay, I know you're watching with your kid.
You need a moment? You okay?
Come over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Talk. Tell me how bad of a kid. Tell me embarrassing stories about your kid in
I
chat.
don't believe I have any further questions for you.
Now, broadly speaking,
All right.
I think I kind of want to speed run the defense. So like, I don't think I have
Prosecution, you have any
much.
questions?
Yeah, I think we're okay. No.
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Something must have
You
bad must
step
have been happening
down.
if they're spending all their time
You
watching
wish to
me
stay,
instead
you
of, I
can.
don't
Wish to
know.
leave, you can.
am I getting recalled?
Shouldn't be outside doing like a job or
You're
something
throwing the defense at us.
so they
Nobody
can
might call
like,
you.
I don't know, take care of you. Come on. Oh, were they calling me?
Gonna go in my head for a minute.
Hey, Molten, can I talk to you for a second?
Defense, next witness.
11 p.m. Yo, take your mom outside on a nice dinner date.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I call Clyde Eastside, please, to stand?
Go get him.
There's there, Moon's VODs. There's a thing of me fucking a pumpkin in SCP. Roleplay. I didn't actually fuck it.
You're already sworn in, so from last time.
Okay.
On the night of the 15th, when did you first meet Deputy Bass and Dante?
When did I first meet them? You asked. Don't really recall if it was my first time meeting them or not, but we definitely spent the rest of the day together once I came out of that trunk.
And when you came out of the trunk, you were placed in cuffs and transported.
Yes.
Did you attempt to resist or flee?
No.
What happened next?
They started talking about taking me to Grapeseed and torturing me or killing me.
When you reached Grapeseed,
I didn't run.
you say you were waterboarded.
Yeah.
You define waterboarding for me, please. In your understanding.
Well, I don't really know. It's just something, but stimulate the sensation of drowning.
And when the officers or Officer Bass placed a small amount of water in a bucket, did you see the bottle? Or how big the water was? The bottle?
He poured the bottle of water into a bucket, and then he poured it
So
on me.
one bottle of water.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
He did the deed.
What deed?
He poured the water on me.
Poured or through the war?
From my recollection, all I could tell was the water being put on me.
Why don't you like water?
Can I if I answer this question, can I guarantee protection from the Stormlord?
I don't even know who the Stormlord is. You must answer the question.
I swore an oath never to break character. But today I'll break character. I'm not a cat. I'm just a role player. And I was wearing a cat mask.
So you were wearing a cat mask, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were role-playing a character of a cat, is that correct?
Yes.
So having water splashed over your face wouldn't necessarily affect you, would it?
No, he poured it on the mask and
thank you.
And I couldn't breathe and I was choking.
And what did they do when you choked? They removed the mask.
Not until afterwards.
But they removed the mask.
After they got me out of the chair.
What happened when they removed your mask?
I started freaking out because I'm not supposed to break character.
And when they saw you freak out, what did they do then?
They tried to put another mask on me, but they ended up just putting my face back on.
And is there a possibility that the mask wasn't put on correctly and it might have blinded you?
Blinded me?
You said you were blindfolded.
Yes, they specifically said that they were blindfolding me, and then after they put on my face, they blindfolded me.
Going back to the assault, when Officer Bass hit you, at any point did you hear Officer Dante encourage him? Remember, you're under oath.
I don't recall. It was a very stressful moment.
And then you were transported to Sandy, is that correct?
As far as I'm aware, I guess. Thanks to the Prime Gaming
You stated
ET.
earlier on that you were charged and sent to prison without any contact, is that correct?
No.
So you're lying on the stand. You said you were sent to prison with
I'm-
no contact.
No, I said that I asked to speak to other people. And what happened is that I spoke to a lawyer, right? And the lawyer was only concerned about 5150 when I tried to tell him everything they did. And I said that, I think you're not trying to help me here. And then he left and he never came back. I never dismissed him or anything like that. And the only Officer Bass and Dante came back to immediately send me to jail on trespassing. And they tried to gaslight me by saying they never tortured me.
Allegedly. When you were at Sandy Prison, did they charge you with anything that you know of?
The only thing they said was they said they got me for trespassing, and then I asked for a doctor because they beat me, and they said because I resisted arrest, but I never did, and they kept telling me I did resist.
You
But
mentioned that they beat you back in Grapeseed, also punched you to the face, correct?
Yes.
And did they tend to your wounds?
No. Well, wait. Yes. They gave me
So they did
some
tend to your
band-aids.
wounds.
They gave me
Thank
some
you.
band-aids.
Thank you.
I'd like to object that he's preventing the witness from answering the question.
Apologies, I'll slow down my answers.
I mean, the question seems fine to me. The world. Did you?
Again, They attended to your injuries at Grapeseed.
They started applying stuff to me, yes, but I don't know if I was how injured I really was because it still hurt.
And when you had scratches on your face, they applied a bandage, correct?
I think that's what it was. I think it's like
it
called
possible?
iFuck or iFuck.
I don't know. Is it possible that the bandage had slipped down over your eyes and you confused it at the time with a blindfold?
No, because they specifically said that they were blindfolding me and then I couldn't see.
And again, once you were charged and sent to prison, or released, you seek medical attention, is that correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to a doctor at Pillbox.
I spoke to a lady, Emma Gaines. I don't know if she's a doctor or not.
And did they find any injuries consistent of waterboarding? And I'll point the court to the actual medical report, Your Honor.
I'd like to object that he is not a medical expert and does not know what injuries consistent with waterboarding look like.
What objection is that?
Opinion of a layperson. Sorry.
Rebuttal.
Okay, Your Honor. I'll retract that question.
Okay.
Don't believe I have any further questions, Your Honor.
No, the gasoline's recon. I didn't see it clearly when it was all happening. I thought he poured it, but he said it was empty. I thought he said emptied on me. So that was recon.
No further questions for this witness.
You can step down. Free to leave or free to stay. Defense. Any other witnesses?
One more, Your Honor. I'd like to call Dr. Emma Gain, please.
Miss Gain. Emma Gain.
It's Mother's Day, Your Honor. Uh-oh.
Your Honor, I think she's having problems with the bus getting into the sea.
Probably not, because we could solve that issue with anyone. I'm assuming, you know, it's a holiday. Do you have anyone else?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, he recalled the two guys.
So you rest your case after that?
Not that it matters. They voted state anyway.
If you guys go to that guy's chat, be nice. Don't be mean. If you're mean, you're banned.
Wait. You can watch the tape afterwards.
We're gonna actually have him look at that report. Like, slow down for a second in the closing and let him look at it.
Yeah.
No, it's fine, purpose. But I just had to give it as a forewarning.
I'm surprised he didn't call Dante to try and defend himself.
Yeah.
Because, like, he stood there the whole time. That is accessory, right? That's accessory.
I don't believe we have any further witnesses, Your Honor, but I want to go over the evidence.
Before you do go to evidence, I want to point out that you put multiple people on your recall list that you didn't recall. Let's not do that. We don't like that.
Apologies, Your Honor.
This is to everyone else. If you put somebody on your recall list, make sure you 100% want to recall them. We're not in the business of wasting people's time. Some people got stuff to do. All right, what were you wanting to say?
I'd like to point the reports made by Dr. Emma Gain. And I'll read this out to the court.
I'm gonna put the court into recess for a moment. 8 minutes. 8 minutes, court recess.
We should maybe define accessory, since it's not actually defined anywhere in the
Hey,
a person who becomes guilty in crime of another.
How you doing, buddy? Okay.
Hello.
I'm hungry.
You need some food? Do you want me to go get you some food? I don't know if I can bring it in here though.
I'll go out with you.
Yeah, you should be able to bring it in here.
All right. I'll go get you some food, Meow. I'll be right back.
Yo,
okay? I'm gonna bring you
Melsa,
some ramen
thanks for
and
the.
stuff. You want
the
ramen or what do you want? You tell
oh,
me.
yeah, ramen would be good.
Okay, I'll bring you some
Melsa,
ramen. I'll be right
thanks for
back.
the 10 gifted tier 1s. Eat Beats for the Prime.
listen,
Fucking 5 gifted tier 1s. Thank you so much.
Hey, Gil. What? Are you listening to this? Yeah. What the fuck is going on? They allowed the defense. They're allowing the defense to mold the entire fucking court case, like the entire narration. Did you hear when he goes? When whatever fucking red jacket over there goes, says he's answering the questions. That's exactly what's happening.
Like they're able to cut people off. I do it all the time. However, it's when it goes to cross again, you should be able to ask these fucking questions. And like the whole mask thing is basically it fucking substantiates the fact that he fucking is getting waterboarded because fabric is needed over the mouth for waterboarding.
Exactly. So you need to re-ask those questions. Okay, they allowed leading. They allowed narration. They allowed questions out of scope to be just flagrantly. I mean, he stood there. Their lawyer pretty much was able to dictate what happened, and there was no counter to it.
I'm confused why they didn't question meowfurryon at the start more than they did.
Shut up and take my money.
They also should have crossed it, like you said, about the mask and the waterboarding, because that's your opportunity to underline that waterboarding did take place. Did you drown? Did you feel like you were drowning?
Shut up and take my money.
Yep. But, you know.
I mean, let's be fucking real. If he's outside in the rain with that fucking mask.
Hey, meowfurryon.
There's a difference between going
if
into
you're taking a look at me real quick. I'm drawing the court case. I just want to make sure I'm capturing your fur correctly.
Okay.
So,
hey, what you did up there?
You're an officer of the law.
Thank you.
It is your duty.
I know how seriously you guys at Rooster take your
an individual is put into your custody,
like,
they are your responsibility.
No, props,
so
man.
if your actions result in, so I mean, you're coming from the place
I'm gonna
of
get
inferring,
kicked out of the guild.
You don't know, I don't know. Right?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, you're a good kid.
There's food here if you need
What
it.
actually happened inside?
Meow, how are you feeling?
He did, of course.
Oh, not so
questioning
good,
whether or
Mr.
not it was
Gill.
waterboarding?
Yeah.
It's fucking not waterboarding.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Explain.
Explain. It's a fucking.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Waterboarding.
Water.
Waterboarding is the act of using is psychological torture where the water is
Yo,
used.
thanks to the Prime Gaming.
Means to make the victim feel like they are drowning. Right?
Yes.
So, if they had the intent to use the mask to pour water into his mask, causing him not to be able to breathe, after which they removed it to drain it, that is inherently waterboarding.
What is he doing right now? Oh my god.
What is the mask made of? Tell me what the mask is made of. That's why I'd be asking.
The thing is, you don't know the intent. I don't know the intent. I don't trust Bass for a second after everything he did. So if someone's telling me he got waterboarded after he just got fucking kidnapped and brought to a
Look at him right now. Look at me after it. Look at me after
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
But he's drinking.
Yeah, I was just
Excuse me,
getting
Mr.
it through the
Catman,
bottom.
what's the mask
So
made out
you're
of?
saying
I
you
wanna
can
know.
breathe while water is going through your mask?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
think
but
it's a
there's a
difference when you're like when you're strapped down and can't move.
Oh right. I mean, at least you have you know who it is. I'm pretty sure it's
You weren't strapped down.
I was.
Let me ask you a
I'd be
question,
scared of
Mac.
that.
Do you know
I
do
like
you believe
cats.
Meowfurryon is a liar?
I think it is an attractive mask. I like cats.
I just don't like that.
Do I
that he
believe
doesn't
it?
blink.
Do you believe him to be a liar? Do you know him to be a liar?
No, I mean not
Like, you have
necessarily.
fear of water?
I also don't believe that Bob's a liar either.
if he believes that he was drowning,
Excuse me, officer. I need somebody to help me.
Why can't you? Aren't you a lawyer?
I'm just saying.
You know, it's not. I can't.
Yeah, Fury, do you walk outside in the rain with that mask on?
Sometimes, but
Where's the
Hey,
rain
Meow,
gonna?
I've got food outside for you. I can't bring it in here.
That means water is coming from above, or whatever the fuck direction.
Oh,
And
sorry,
you can
one
still,
second.
and you can still breathe
Oh, there
fine.
you are.
but I'm not looking
yeah.
up, and I'm not strapped down.
Do you bathe in the mask?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here.
It is
Oh,
water
thank you. I know you're
from
joking.
the
Let me ask you a
exterior
question.
of the mask
If I
that is
put a
allowing him
mask
to still
on you,
breathe. Like,
if I put a mask
if
on
anything,
you
it makes it easier to breathe.
and then tilted your head back and poured water into it,
I
are you
think the
gonna
reason
drown?
why
Yes or
they
no?
That did not happen.
Emma.
If I
How do you
threw
know
a
that?
bottle of water at you, would you consider that assault?
Because he splashed, he fucking literally just threw a bucket of water at
witness is
him.
now right, John.
I'm willing to say I don't
That's
know.
what I put the court in recess
right?
for.
But how do you
To,
know it didn't happen?
worsen magic,
brilliant.
so.
How are you so
Thank
confident
you,
in that?
you're a star.
How
Thank
are you
you.
so confident in an
Because
officer?
he poured it in a
We're gonna put
bucket
the
of
back in.
water.
Literally,
It's a
Okay.
fucking
literally-
bottle.
Don't
It's
say
like a,
talking about how you brought someone to a torture chamber and
Oh, Jesus.
beat the shit out of him.
Sorry.
One second, chat.
All right, I put the court back into session. I was able to contact the medical individual. So if you want to call your witness to the stand, you
Some of
can.
my bullshit. I'm willing to accept that I could have been either.
I mean, that's.
We'll have to see if she's an expert in waterboarding either. Probably not.
I mean, do we?
I don't know. They're gonna ask it. Are these injuries, consistent with waterboarding?
And I think we just let that happen.
Hello?
Oh, I had to step away. Did anything happen?
Hello?
Hello, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Hello, Your Honor.
Judge Coyotes.
Can you call the witness to the stand?
Yes,
I
Your
got
Honor. I'd
pork
like to
chop.
call Emma again, please.
Oh, she's here. Happy Mother's Day.
Yep, that's what the recess was for, you guys. Miss Gain, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and feel the perjury, so help you, Coil? Make sure you're yelling.
I do.
Okay. You continue your question.
Thank you. State your name and occupation for the court, please.
Dr. Emma Gain. I am currently an intern at Pillbox Medical and the physical therapist.
Thank you. On the night in question, the 15th, what was your involvement with the victim?
Good.
Mr. Eastside.
Mr. Eastside was brought in to Pillbox Medical by a few of his friends. He said that he was involved in an incident.
Your Honor, I can barely hear the witness with everybody speaking in the back.
If you don't shut up in the back, I'm gonna hold you in contempt and throw you in prison for the rest of your life. I'll do it. Continue.
He was brought in due to an incident. I treated him for his cuts on his face and cleaned up some of his wounds around his face, and I helped put his swelling down and bruising down because he had some bruising on his face also.
Thank you. Did you notice any other injuries on my client, on the victim?
I mean, what do you mean exactly?
Were there any
Like
signs?
I treated him for his cuts around his eye and his mouth area. He had bruising on his face, and I treated for him that. That's exactly what I did.
So most of the injuries were on his face. Is that correct?
Correct.
And would you say the cuts on his eye,
Gasoline
mouth,
was
as you
wrecked
stated
on,
in the
'cause I read it
report,
wrong.
were
I thought he
consistent
said
with
emptied
a
it on me.
punch?
I don't put injuries based on what they look like, because somebody can get hit in the face with a tire iron and you won't be able to tell unless you actually do x-rays, and I did not do any x-rays or anything like that because nothing was broken. So
And
you
did he have
can't-
any? Sorry, apologies. Finish.
Yeah, no, you can't put a wound based on if somebody got punched just by looking at them.
You
It's a little more
understand?
intent than that.
Did you tend to any other injuries except for his face?
No, just the face injuries.
So there was no signs of damage to the lungs.
I didn't actually check that, so
When
I
he
don't know if
came
there
in-
was any. When he came in, he had stable breathing. He was breathing perfectly fine. He was completely stable. No high blood pressure, no no how pulse or anything like that. Everything was stable. So I can't check for something if there was no signs of him breathing incorrectly.
Thank you. And what was his manner when he entered with his friends?
Erratic. He was upset. He was crying.
Did you remove his mask when you treated him?
Well, that helped.
It worked under his mask.
Yeah, for Siri.
So again, all you did was treat the injuries on his face, and you noticed no other injuries that could possibly be consistent with, let's say, torture.
That's pretty fucking vague. What? Sorry, I'm
That's the
kind of
answer I
confused,
wanted.
and I don't look for if somebody got tortured or not.
I'll
when
reword
people
the
come
question to
into
make
the
it
ER.
easier for you. Did the victim complain of any other injury?
Yeah, he said his mask was, poured water on top of it. They poured water on his mask,
Okay, but
which
that's not an
enabled
injury,
him
correct?
from. I can't treat something like that.
Okay, thank you. I believe there's no further questions, Your Honor.
I'm good. You good?
Prosecution.
We have no questions for this witness.
You can step
You
down.
want to do like Denny's after this?
Skillet.
I was thinking a moon's over,
Whatever you're hearing.
Hell yeah.
For the close, do you want to put that? His manner was erratic, upset, crying. It's a nice.
I wish Gil was my lawyer. I thought he was gonna be my lawyer.
Okay, that was your last one. You said you had some evidence to go over or something?
Yeah, Your Honor, I just want to point to both, Officer Bass's interrogation statement, pointing out the fact that he did admit to the assault. He explained the situation thoroughly and also reported this crime to the most senior officer. The defense rests, Your Honor.
Okay, so what was the evidence you want to go over?
Just the statement, Your Honor, just making sure that it's put to the court that in the statement that he admitted to a crime, so no obstruction of justice was present.
Right, okay. Do y'all have your closing statements ready, or would you need time to prepare?
I have mine ready, Your Honor.
I could use just a couple of minutes to tune a couple of things, but I'm pretty much ready. I just need a couple minutes.
Okay. How about 3 minutes and 36 seconds?
That's exactly the amount of time I need, Your Honor.
Court's in recess, 3 minutes, 36 seconds.
I feel like I've glossed over a lot of things.
This is absolutely shockingly awful. So much.
I like being called in.
Yeah, no, you did a fantastic job.
Hey, happy Mother's Day, Doctor.
Well, what do you guys think? Do you think we're gonna win, or do you think we're gonna lose?
This is the play.
Oh, are you okay, sir? Not leaving many marks. They didn't really burn him with cigarettes or nothing, right?
Well, you also got to think if he was waterboarded and he came clean after the fact, he wasn't going to show any signs of it. Because he was already,
Long story short, the ADA is doing a very bad job right now.
We should have got that out of you on the stand, like not back here. You know what I mean? We had an opportunity to clarify that.
Though. Yeah, I can't talk about things. I'm only allowed to talk about what he treated. I'm not an expert with treatment.
No, but I mean, you could in fact testify to the fact that you, like, even if you were to look for such injuries, you would not be able to tell by his time being in the ER, right?
Yeah, no, and that's what I was trying to explain to them. I can't look for if he got tortured or anything. Like a lot of people don't understand that doctors we treat what we see. That's it. If we don't see it, we can't treat it.
Yeah, my mind is melting right now. I'm
However, you know, well, I don't know.
I'm gonna be. I don't know. I'm not gonna. We'll talk about this fucking at a different location when we're not in the courthouse because I'm about to fucking pull a Jaeger in like 5 minutes.
He's about to speak in 5 minutes. He's about
Yeah, I fucking.
Oh.
Better make it back.
I'm gonna get a drink. Hold on. I'm gonna get a Diet Coke. Hey guys, get something to hydrate. Make sure to stay hydrated, okay?
being stuck on the water thing.
I don't know what's gonna happen here. There's a good chance a lot of these charges don't stick. And it entirely depends on I don't know. Like it could still somewhat go in Malfurion
Okay.
way simply due to the police reports.
However,
the prosecution did
Why isn't Gloron without a robe? He's Chatteron.
You know, I'm gonna be 100% honest, brother. He mentioned the falsified report in the opening statements. It did not fucking put.
I think we're waiting on closing statements, and then after closing statements is what's it called?
I fucking hope. Yeah, no, they absolutely should have been pointed out on the stand like fucking 4 times instead of pushing this waterboarding shit.
I almost feel like the prosecution forgot.
Yeah, deliberation, whatever it's called.
You good?
How's ACDC? You just saw it. I was just in silence. I was like thinking like, the wheels are the cogs are turning,
Or do you need
but
love?
nothing's happening.
36 more seconds should suffice.
Okay.
Anybody wants some Rooster's Reef coffee as well? Sure. Rooster's Reef brownies for sure.
Ask the DA.
This case is
I'm not gonna interject on anything. I'm just kind of here chilling. Let them do their thing. Like win or lose, I don't really care, right? For them, it'll be more of a learning experience, right? If they lose because of something, then hey, you know what? Hey, they lost. Next time, then they'll learn, right? Because you can only really learn from experience. Plus, for me, like 100% is like when someone tells you to do something, like I'm like, okay, well, fuck you, right? They should just be like, you know,
the
this
prosecution is
what I
ready
should
to
do,
close.
right? It's better if it comes from themselves than you telling them what to do.
Okay.
I don't know if that's any
Fence is ready, Your Honor.
point that he needs to actually figure out.
I'm gonna put this court back into session. Prosecution, start with your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. These immortal words by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. speak to the heart of a democratic nation governed by the people for the people. In order to maintain our freedoms, we must stand up against those that would seek to violate our rights. What we have seen today is the exact behavior that we as a just and freedom-loving society must quash the moment those vile tendrils of tyranny and oppression present themselves. Let's be very clear here. Bass assaulted Malfurion. They abducted him without his consent, and they whitewashed a report to prevent justice from being wrought upon them. Wolf was an observant accomplice during this time. An accomplice is defined in the penal code as an individual who is present at the actual crime. Wolf was present during the crimes committed by Bass and did not act to prevent them from occurring. Bass and Wolf knowingly and willfully violated the rights of Clyde Eastside, of Malfurion. By their own admission, while Mr. Furion was under arrest, they illegally abducted him and transported him to a torture bunker in Grapeseed. They subjected him to physical and emotional torment. Bass, knowing that Mr. Furion identifies as a cat, subjected him to enhanced interrogation techniques specifically selected to amplify the emotional duress felt by a feline victim. Whether or not this constitutes the technical definition of waterboarding is entirely irrelevant to the charges being brought against the officers today. Both of the officers on trial today have a duty to act, a duty to protect the citizens of Los Santos. During the events in question, neither officer acted in line with their charge of duty. Instead, Wolf sat and watched as an accessory as Bass played Judge Judy and executioner and violated the rights of Mr. Furryon. Following the kidnapping and assault and battery, report number 6280, that's People's B, was written by Wolf to knowingly and willfully whitewash the events of that day. That report completely and intentionally omits any mention of the extrajudicial violations of Mr. Furryon's rights in Grapeseed and attempts to paint a picture where meowfurryon got off easy for being compliant. Obstruction of justice includes hindering the discovery, apprehension, conviction, or punishment of a person committing a crime, including issuing threats of violence, impeding the administration of justice. The whitewashing of this report seeks to do exactly this and hinders justice from being brought upon those officers that perpetrated these vile acts. The obstruction of justice charge is 100% rooted in this report, masking the heinous events that took place during this incident. meowfurryon was left erratic, upset, and crying after the horrors that he was subjected to at the hands of the officers.
Thanks so much for the Prime Gaming.
And this was wholesale omitted from the incident report. This is obstruction of justice. There are so many law enforcement officers between the agencies of this great city who are a shining example of prudence and vigilance. They exemplify what it means to be dedicated to protecting our citizens. I myself have vigorously fought alongside them in this very courtroom to uphold arrests they have made, to defend them from vile jabs of the overly litigious attempting cash grabs, and I am proud of every one of these officers who do their damnedest to uphold the laws of Los Santos and keep us safe from the schemes and machinations of criminals looking to get ahead by endangering and abusing the citizens of this city. The two officers on trial here today are not the same caliber as their colleagues. They don't even have a caliber. They are boils on the ass of Lady Liberty, boils which must be excised and not excused. We as a society don't find justice when those in a position of power are punished by being made to wear booty shorts and parade around. Justice prevails when those who abuse their power face termination instead of humiliation. As such, it is the strong belief of the district attorney's office that these officers should be found guilty of the crimes being brought against them today and face the maximum penalty.
I think it's Wayne TV.
To paraphrase
Wayne
Martin
Owens TV,
Niemöller,
I'm pretty sure.
First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist.
Okay.
Then they
I
came
think this
for
is
the
going a little
kitties,
long.
and I did not speak out because I was not a kitty. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Well, I proudly stand here today to speak up against the injustice brought against Clyde, to beseech the court to intervene and bring those who violated his rights to justice. Because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you.
Woo!
Jesus Christ.
Well,
wow, that was great.
I think you just called me a Nazi.
Boom.
That's the DA's office we get when they're against us. Interesting.
No, I'm changing it.
Opposite when they're for us.
Defense closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, people of the court, imagine you're a police officer, one with an impeccable reputation. You discover on a traffic stop a person hiding in your trunk of your vehicle. You arrest this person on the charge of felony trespass, seize all his items, and transport them north to a police station. On the way, you decide to scare him straight, because the information he has overheard could be delicate. The information could put people, officers, and any ongoing investigations at risk.
Huh?
They did what they thought at the time was justified, and could both deter Mr. Eastside from leaking information. This method is used as a form of rehabilitation for some time in many other states and countries. Although unorthodox, it is not against the law. and it is a matter for the police department internally to discuss if my clients breached SOPs. They should not be punished under law. They made a lawful arrest.
Huh?
Deputy Sam Bass has pleaded guilty for the offence of assault and battery, which he is wholeheartedly sorry for. But how can we accuse and convict Deputy Wolf? He had no prior knowledge and could not react quick enough to stop his colleague.
He rode around in a wheelchair.
Deputy Bass is normally a cool-headed and skilled individual. Deputy Wolf had no mens rea or carried out any actions that could have made him an accomplice. It's simply a witch hunt. Deputy Wolf is a good law enforcement officer and in no way condone any of the things that happened. There was no plan, also, to have done such acts, and in his statement and testimony proves. In order to obtain a conviction, the defendant of being accessory before the fact, the prosecution must prove that the defendant committed an act that either encouraged the offence and that he, the intent of encouraging or helping criminal commit the act of assault, which my client did none of. He did not encourage or attempt to assist Bass in assaulting Mr. Eastside. We have shown today none of the offences listed were actually complete except for assault. For the court, I will break down the whole events for the court to reach its decision. The facts are, Mr. Eastside was found in the patrol vehicle. He was arrested for felony trespass in custody, and his liberties were legally taken away as probable cause was present. On the way to Sandy, Bass became concerned about the information overheard and attempted to scare him straight. Mr. Eastside sat down, uncuffed, no restraints were used, which the medical report backs up. Mr. Eastside is assaulted, but only due to loss of control from Bass, who is normally a calm individual. A punch, a kick was thrown at one glass of water, or one bottle, as the alleged victim stated, was thrown. He was not pinned down. It did not simulate drowning or even have a huge amount of water. Bass is ashamed and immediately tends to Mr. Eastside. Deputy Wolf is shocked. He had no intent or physical harm to come to the victim. Mr. Eastside is then transported to Sandy and processed with a charge of felony trespass and sent to jail. A report that was initially filed is written and submitted, which are all standard procedures. The deputy, knowing that they had committed an offence, approached their supervisors. They placed themselves at the mercy of the law by doing so, that a charge may be brought against Deputy Bass. My clients are under no illusion of what they did falls short of what we expect of officers. But their intent wasn't to harm the victim, it wasn't to steal, and it certainly wasn't to obstruct justice. They legally held Mr. Eastside in their custody after he committed a crime. Officer Bass is admitting moment of loss of control and takes whatever punishment is heading his way for the assault we have heard. Deputy Wolf, though, presents no control over what his superior did. At no point had the intent or mens rea in being an accomplice to the assault. I would never encourage the behavior. In regards to the claims of torture, although no specific charge has been mentioned, both officers have made it clear at no point was he cuffed. No point did they place a cloth through his mouth, and no point...
Wait, did you see no point I was cuffed?
No sign of damage to his lungs. No sign of restraints being used. No other signs of injury, except those consistent of assault on his face. We also heard that Mr. Clydeside, Mr. Eastside, stated he was a role player. He did not identify as a cat. He was acting like a cat. Hence why he reacted to a small bottle of water being thrown. He is a fantasist, Your Honor. As you also heard, the victim was arrested on scene for criminal trespass. The arrest is valid and legal and well within the officer's power, because both officers had probable cause. And to attempt to press charges on my client of kidnap when they have the power to take a person's liberty away after probable cause has been established, to me, Your Honor, is a step too far, and could open a can of worms for any criminal, set a standard we do not want to visit. The word kidnapped is defined as an attack or infringement of personal liberty, consisting of taking or carrying away one person or another by force or fraud, without the consent of a person being carried or taken away. Now, here's the important bit. Without lawful excuse.
If this was League of Legends,
Clearly,
I think
they had
Bass
a
and
lawful
Dante would be
excuse
like mass pinging him.
by arresting Mr. Clive Eastside.
Ping.
The charge is nothing more than a trumped up attempt to undermine the law enforcement officers. It is a slippery slope. When officers are brought to court because they did their job.
He's being ridiculous.
Ping.
We've also heard the officers how often how the events transpired. Riddled with the seriousness of what have just occurred, they approached their supervisor. This supervisor, also a sworn officer of the law. They explained the situation, and they attempted to scare me out straight. It went a little bit wrong. They were apologetic, distraught with guilt. They put themselves at the mercy of the law. They expected a full and thorough investigation to be carried out by their colleagues, which it was. If my clients had not approached their supervisors, maybe a case for obstruction may be warranted. But they followed procedure by self-reporting the incident. My clients at no point, regardless of what the report points to, attempted to cover up a terrible lack of judgment in this very high-pressure situation. Hence why 2 statements under oath were carried out. They did not hinder any internal investigation. They simply came clean about the assault. To obstruct justice would have been silent and said nothing. But they did not. They fully expected Superior to pass the case on to which he did. So they could face their accusers in a courtroom. Your Honor, my clients are normally good officers. They normally outstanding and do not deem themselves above the law. Their initial actions at first were that expected of a law enforcement officer. And to reiterate, they
Sorry, is that loud?
And placed him in custody. There is no legal
Sorry.
in their actions because the
My
law,
bad.
lawful excuse. They
Okay.
had lawful excuse, sorry.
My bad.
They were doing
I didn't know it
what
would be
they
that
thought
loud.
best at the time.
It was
Yes, he
different
was
on my end. My
assaulted.
bad. I'm so
We've
sorry.
established that. But Officer Bass accepts full responsibility.
I'm so sorry.
And already
so
accepts
sorry.
his fate.
Oh God.
But we should not allow the other officer to be charged with a fictional crime that overstretched them to make an example
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that
out
was
of
so
the
loud.
great 2 LEOs. This, I feel, would have an opposite effect on those who, like my clients, came forward. And would only serve to drive corruption in our police force underground. And to
I'm so
discourage
sorry,
good
guys.
officers who make mistakes to cover up rather than be scared of the punishment if they did make an error. Your Honor,
I feel really bad.
education is discipline.
I didn't think it'd be that loud.
You should look at the clients and praise them not for the mistakes, but for the bravery of coming forward and admitting their shortfall in following procedures, not the law. They should be educated. They should be retrained on de-escalation techniques. And
I don't know what's. I
apply
don't know what
themselves in
we're. I don't know what we're
abilities
proving right
to
now
iron
with the
out their
closing. I'm
faults,
really
their
confused.
faults. They should not be punished under law.
They shouldn't be punished under law.
As today, the prosecution has not shown that beyond reasonable doubt they are guilty of the crimes they deny. And we have to do what is right. We have to find the defense not guilty. There has been no evidence presented to my from my clients that they did beyond reasonable doubt commit kidnapping, theft, or obstruction. All they did was their job and did not break the law, Your Honor. Just procedure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go in the back and I'm gonna deliberate on this. I'm gonna put the court into a recess.
Your Honor, may I motion for a sidebar before we go to recess?
Sure, both come on up.
Yeah.
I accidentally tortured someone. It's alright.
Hey there, I didn't want to voice.
I didn't understand what was being said there.
Do you think I need a hug?
Yeah, how you doing, buddy? Okay.
No. I think my guild
Listen.
membership is being revoked.
Listen, I'm proud of you no matter what, and you're always gonna be my
It really
friend.
is, isn't
You
it?
did what you had to do today, and I'm proud of you. Okay.
But did I make the right choice?
I don't think that's anybody's decision but your own.
That was an interesting case right there.
I await judgment from the Stormlord.
He seems very upset.
Mad.
I feel like the defense was winging it there at the end.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I could go either way, but I think the prosecution's I think I was strong case.
Court's been put into recess. I'm gonna go back and deliberate on this.
So that was
I'm
absolutely.
gonna be honest, with everyone, that this verdict's probably gonna take a little bit. It's not gonna be something I'm gonna come up with very quick. I'm definitely tipping both ways right now, so I'll return not shortly.
So
Surely, okay.
the ADA,
Should we go out to the lobby? and deliberate?
Meowfurryon, you did
no, I'm good here.
stand.
Did you
Good
get
job,
yours at the
Meowfurryon.
same
I
just want
place?
to say you were very brave. You kicked a lot of ass up there.
The Stormlord will forgive you.
Well,
I'm not so sure about that.
I use them for my hearing
Don't worry.
protection.
We'll talk
I
about
think-
it.
I'm
My
trying to get
ears
his
are
husband
fucked.
behind.
Oh, thank you.
Had to get rid of that.
So they definitely tried to make a big deal of defining waterboarding, and that was not one of the charges that's being pressed against them. You know, like they got the assault and battery and everything. And so we definitely, like pushed on all of the points that constitute the crimes that they're being charged with. That they abducted you against your will, that they assaulted and battered you, and that, they were obstructing justice in the way that they put this report together. Now, they tried to spin it off on their side as
Bubba, thanks to the
they
join.
went through their chain of command, and that's not why they were being charged with obstruction. So it'll kind of come down to whether or not Coyote understands that that's what's going on, or like how he looks at that. Yeah.
Why the decision not to cross on some of the arguments that they were trying to present to squash it? So, for example, they were
go ahead.
like, why not cross and ask questions like, did you feel like you were drowning? Did you feel like, did you know at the point, things like that.
Yo, Pio, thanks for the 5
There
gifted.
was a lot of narration that was
Rank
taking
1,
place
Season
by
1
the
Barbarian. I can't believe you're awake
defense,
already.
And not only was there no objecting to what was narration leading, effectively
And it's your one
painting an
yourself. Thank
entire
you so much,
picture.
Bio.
I was really challenged.
Correct. No. Okay. So I do want
My
to
favorite
address
part
that
was when
because
they called him
that's a
Judge
really
Judy.
good question, and it's that Coyote said earlier in the trial.
Can you
that
ban
we
him?
didn't
No,
want
you're gonna
people
get axed,
objecting just
Divulsion.
because they could.
He'll fight back.
So we were narrowing the scope of our objections.
He's got a
to
level 3
things that
axe
were out of scope
against your level 1 sword.
Specific creation of material fact, and then testimony, or if the council was testifying.
But
And that's
that's
because
what I
we
mean
didn't
precisely, though, right? Because, so for example, there was a question of, like, when there was a lot of scenarios, for example, but
yes,
here's one example: is when Dr. Emma Gain was up on the witness stand, the ADA was testifying on her behalf by stating that he had.
It's interesting listening to people.
By stating that he didn't have any water in the lungs, so it couldn't have been waterboarding.
I didn't even
Right.
check it.
You know,
because
he's
it
not an
was
ADA,
at the
right?
time.
Oh, whoever the fuck that guy
Like
is.
he and I are the ADAs here.
No, right. That's what I meant. The guy in.
Gotcha. Okay. But yeah. No, it's that the charge. There is no charge of waterboarding. Like it doesn't matter the extent to which that they tormented him for it to fall under the legal definitions that were
Even
of
if
the
they put
crimes
one
we're charging.
finger on there, technically it's
And the other thing is like,
it's out of their
I don't
control.
want to get Coyote in a position where he's trying to deliberate on whether or not it was waterboarding because that's not
Right.
relevant to the charges.
Okay,
so I didn't want him.
let's provide another example, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So okay, let's say we take the assault part out of it, right? the kidnapping was brought into question, where in which he was trying to paint the picture of Meowfurryon. He tried to paint the picture that Meowfurryon was somewhat okay with going down to the basement, right? And he did that by stating, hey, there was no handcuff marks on him, that he wasn't handcuffed in the back of the car, these sort of things. Why not cross on those aspects?
Well, it came out in direct that Meowfurryon said that, you know, he was being compliant because he had been, his life had been threatened, you know, like, and that's something that we let go because they kept asking questions that were. What's up?
I like what you're saying there, but the problem is that when the 80, not the 80, who the fuck is this guy, by the way?
The defense attorney.
How the fuck is this guy a lawyer? First off. Did you hear his North Korean speech at the end of the
rehabilitate that fucking lawyer?
My whole thing, more than anything, let me just say, this guy needs to be fucking. Well, I don't want to say it because they might get misconstrued what I would actually feel.
Don't worry, you can have an accidental torture.
But like this, I feel like your entire case may have been won by that guy's closing statements, because he just told one of the most constitutionally aware judges that this is North Korea and that's okay, which is not the case.
Don't listen to
I think he said we could take someone to North Korea and it wouldn't be kidnapping.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. The guy said in other countries it's okay to waterboard, so why not here? He said that in other places it's okay, that it wasn't a kidnapping. It's not considered a kidnapping because he was under arrest. No, motherfucker, that's not how it works. They were outside the bounds of the law the moment they decided to bring him to another location and not the police department, because
that was
inherently
addressed in the sidebar.
It's like saying in your closing Guantanamo Bay is my
and I
favorite
did hear
holiday
that.
vacation.
But what I'm saying is that this guy, I think he won you the court case, quite frankly.
Jesus. I think my favorite part of the closing was that you basically paraphrased a Nazi era, you know, quote, and he went up and basically said, basically what he said.
Yeah, it was fucking insane.
I don't know. Are they conspiring?
And Nino, afterwards, I'll need to talk to you about what you had mentioned with this camera.
Oh yeah, there were that actually reminds me of something else. The obstruction of justice. I personally would have liked you to push why it is obstruction. Now, luckily, and I don't really know how this is going to play out, because the defense was trying to mansplain, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, law-splain, that the incidents that took place were not obstruction. Now, some of the officers, to my bewilderment, stood up there and thought that obstruction did not take place. No, motherfucker, obstruction took place the moment he was transported to the underground facility. That was inherently obstruction. Whether or not they came and admitted it later, it doesn't matter. Obstruction took place immediately at that point.
Like as if there's a black mark.
I definitely agree that I should have hit on that point.
I'm hoping the judge, when he goes back there, says, no, okay, these cops don't know what fucking obstruction of justice is.
Hey guys, at least the court case only lasted like 2 hours.
You know, based on the
I was scared I was gonna be here all day.
Based on the closing statement alone, I'm gonna hit him with obstruction, even though it was underlined by the prosecution.
Absolutely. Like that's kind of what I'm hoping, and kind of to go back to what you're saying, like that's why I didn't object to the waterboarding and like the leading questions and stuff, because like I don't want that to be floating around in his head when he's thinking about like, did he factually break the law?
Right. Fair enough.
Imagine the timer had run out.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different of the legal strategy, and like I really hope you get your justice, man, because like nobody should have their rights violated.
Trust me, he's gonna get his justice one way or another. You feel me?
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
But yeah, you seriously did really good on the stand up there. Like I know you had to face a lot of real hard questions and hard things, but like you did what you needed to do, and I think things are going to turn out well.
Good job, meowfurryon. I'm proud of you.
Joining him, maybe we're all proud of
I'm
you.
not.
You're good. You're a good kitty.
I broke a sacred oath.
Yeah, you are the best kitty.
Don't worry, we'll
How
talk
can
to
I
the
call
Stormlord
myself a
soon.
cat?
You're the best kitty.
How can I call
We'll
myself
talk-
a
we'll-
role player?
We'll talk to the Stormlord.
Oh, that was another thing in the cross. You should have mentioned, because you should have. The reason to ask, did you feel tortured? Did you feel this? Da, 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 is because they were all able to come in afterwards, just like they did, and make statements that, hey, were the statements that he was making, were they an exaggeration? Were they a fantasy, or did they actually
Yeah, they were claiming
transpire?
fantasy.
Now,
yeah.
now, luckily, the police report is on the record. But pointing it out is, I think, important in these cases, because if you don't point it out, then it leaves the judge, like, if the judge hears he's got the report, he's got the multiple testimonies, if it's not underlined, a judge, because they're human, might forget, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In the back of their mind, like, oh, it's a fantasy. They may forget that, well, but in the police report, it's very clear that these incidents took place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they
Those are
admitted
really
to
good points.
doing these things. But I think you guys did, like, the closing was fucking amazing.
Yeah, that closing statement is amazing.
It was like watching America versus, like, you know, like fucking, I don't even fucking know where this guy's from.
I mean, this courtroom is where that line is.
And I'm
drawn,
not,
so
just to
I'm
be
gonna
clear,
fucking guard it.
it's not his accent, but whatever the fuck he believes in as justice.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna say that I'm glad that you represented my buddy Meow here, but I just want to say that I wish you had that same energy for the entire trial as you did in that closing statement.
Gotcha. No, that's good feedback.
When did you guys start taking on the case?
It was like a couple of weeks ago, and there was yeah, I'd say like a couple of weeks ago were added to the docket on it. But yeah.
Favorite thing about that video is it's like 4 episodes.
Yeah, I was just confused because I thought Gil was my lawyer.
Isn't he your lawyer for the civil case, or am I confused here?
I don't know. He did all the filing for all of them, so I thought he was going to defend me.
Why is this working, mate?
Oh, okay. It's because I think it's just that you're not. I might be confused here, but I thought he was your lawyer for the civil stuff. But yeah, these are charges that don't directly involve you. It's the DA's office prosecuting the cops. And like what, you know, your testimony is obviously a huge part of that, but it's not like a civil case where it's like you are getting reimbursed for what happened to you.
So I have to come back here again?
I am not your lawyer, but I would highly suggest that you appeal these charges, because I imagine that we're going to drop them pretty fast given the gross violation of your rights that was suffered. You still have 6 days to do this.
How do I do that?
50-50. Normally, I'm fairly confident after cases.
Let's talk after the case. But yeah, we'll get you squared away, because you know, this needs to be taken care of.
Yoink.
Okay. See you, Mick. Have a good meeting tomorrow. You know, I feel like waterboarding, they can say that it never happens because we don't allow it. But I'm pretty sure it probably happens, like... it probably happens, like, in the... like, the secret download. No one ever talks about this. I don't know what it's called. The dark operations or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean? The secret real life, like... Feel bad for people. Soy Nugget, thank you for the tier 1 for 2 months. Thank you. Black Site, Black Ops, yeah. Not in America? I doubt it. I think it happens in America, 100%. I bet you the CIA, FBI, I mean, this is probably like conspiracy tinfoil hat shit right now, but I bet you that stuff happens and we just never hear about it at all.
Wait,
You know what I
actually,
mean?
Let me text it to you. Well, I need to text it to you outside.
You need a face reveal on me? I mean, I've shown my face before, like a long time ago, but okay. How about we reach 1,000 subs on the subathon, and I'll show a picture of when I was in the military, and then 1,500 I'll show a video I have when I got tased. I was in the military.
Now, Furryon, you're going to be. You did well, and we're going to get you your yarn balls back after this.
Good yeah.
You're gonna have so many yarn balls when we're done with you.
Is it?
I can't call myself a role player anymore. I went out of character.
No, it's fine.
Marble thinks it's tier 1.
fine.
It's not.
We will have to refer to the Stormlord first before you say that.
Not the first one.
And there's got to be some sort of like reviving ritual, right? Like I don't know much about.
You don't understand. You don't understand. The Stormlord's gonna judge me. Random people that on the internet are gonna judge me. They're gonna call me cringe.
Wait until the Stormlord's
They're gonna make fun of
first.
me.
Oh man, there's gonna be posts on forums.
There
and stuff. It's
is.
gonna be terrible.
Fuck those people.
Yeah, don't read it. Read Redot.
Yep.
Redot is cringe.
Ethan thinks of the Prime. JSOC thinks of the tier 1 for 2 months. Thank you.
Yeah, Redot posters are super cringe.
I'm gonna get made fun of.
You're not going to get made fun of.
They are.
You're a good kitty.
They're gonna get rid of all my
Yeah,
karma.
you're a very good kitty. You guys have run a really good case,
Don't
and that
worry,
was
I will upload you.
that was an epic closing argument,
thank
by
you.
the way. Yeah, like I had tears in my
Nita,
eyes.
thanks for the tier 1.
And you know, it's hard to move me.
Well, I'm glad that you liked it,
what's
and
up,
hopefully it'll get us some justice for our kitty here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Friend,
You never
thanks
know
for the
with
5
these
gifted
kind of
tier 1
events.
subs.
But, at the very
Lex
least, we've got a
Flint
lot
with
of
the
good footage.
5
We've got a lot
gifted
of
as
good
well.
things
Thank
we
you
can
so
talk
much.
about.
The one and many, thank you for subscribing. Boo Boo Kitty, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you so much.
Did you see the whole cold case, or did?
Steve Tom Lee, thank you for the T1. Oh my god, it's going so fast. Hey, thank you. During a scam train.
Honestly, don't know which way it's going
I'm
to
getting
go.
stun locked.
Dean came to see you, Meow.
Excuse me.
Hey.
Excuse me. Excuse me,
How
pardon.
you doing, buddy?
Excuse me.
I'm down bad.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
After this, we can go Gamba.
I got a
You
bone
like
to pick
Gamba?
with you, Weston.
No. I don't want a Gamba.
Uh-oh.
No Gamba?
No.
Uh-oh.
You sure, buddy?
Yeah.
No, it's
Weston,
great.
say
You
the
got a
word.
big
He's
wheel,
like
you get to
Captain, but
spin it.
Candace,
I'll
Jade
fuck 'em
takes
up.
the
That's
5.
always fun.
Thank you
Like,
so much for the
even
5
when
gifted.
you lose, like if you got to spin a big wheel, you know, you at least can. That'll always be with you, you know.
No.
Oh, by the way, Sardine Yeager's in jail right now.
Sandra D, thank you for gifting the
That
5
doesn't
tier 1
surprise me.
subs.
Yeah.
Thank you so
yeah,
much.
He punched, I think Dante.
Yeah, he did. That was dope.
Someone gonna pay his fines?
Yo,
he
Black
fined
Gusuku, thank you for gifting
pay that.
2 tier 1 subs.
I think
Thank
he
you so
did,
much.
Initially.
I'll pick it up.
All right.
Wait.
Shut
up and take my money. If it didn't give me a felony, I would have hit that other judge. Trust me on that. Or not the judge, sorry, the lawyer.
You still have a chance.
Take that back. I'm a superhuman. Shut up and take
I tried calling him 2 minutes ago, so he should be out soon. Hopefully.
I hope he gets back for the verdict.
Alexum, thanks for the Prime.
I sent him a text that the closing statement's
As a
finished.
matter of fact, I offered you guys food and water like 10 minutes ago.
Shut up and take my money.
Dean's cool. He's so chill. Has it been 8 hours yet?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know, maybe like
Do you want me to take your car up there?
I can do math.
And get him? I can go with
4 or 5?
Up to you, honestly.
I mean, you can stay here.
Hey, what's going on, Dean?
I'll go.
How much
try
of
to
the
get
trial
hold of
did
him.
you
If
watch?
If he rings you, Glorion, tell him I'm up there.
I've been getting updates here and there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just carry that camera everywhere now, huh?
It just feels so droll, you know? We're human beings, all of us. You know what I mean?
No, not cold. It's just droll. You know, civilians. I feel like
Terrorist Sunday is fun. We about to commit terrorism. My account in IRL? No. I took a couple classes.
Wait, did you say something, Lean?
I did, but I can't remember what.
You're looking real sexy too, Dean.
Oh, thank you.
Yo, Yokai Artist, thank you for gifting the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, I dropped shit for you. I don't care if you're hungry or thirsty. You can take it. That's all you.
Did you have a good birthday yesterday, Bio? I hope you did. Did you guys know it was Bio's birthday? If you weren't there yesterday, it's Bio's birthday, belated birthday.
Ball of yarn over there.
Melissa Spice, thanks for the tier 1.
Intimidation tactics going on. Shut up and take my money.
Wait, there's a yarn ball over there? It's not my yarn ball, is it? Wait, Glorion, is that a yarn ball that's mine?
I don't think that's yours. It might just be another person's yarn ball. Does it look like yours?
I don't know, but apparently they're saying there's a yarn ball over there.
What color are yours? Are they multicolor?
Hmm.
We could get you a new yarn ball.
It looks like this color, like my hand.
Okay, like a soft tad.
Yeah.
Listen, meowfurryon, we could get you a new yarn ball. You know, just like
I don't
you
want
have it.
no new yarn ball. I want my yarn balls.
Yes. Don't worry, meowfurryon.
You don't like new things?
You don't understand me.
No, I don't, but I want to. You know, if we're gonna go out and do stuff.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh.
Wait, what?
I mean, if we are, you know, like I don't know if you still want to.
Oh, is this the person you were talking about, Ursula?
I don't know what to do.
You know, we'll talk later.
Wow, meowfurryon.
I don't know what's going on. Emperor Nino's been trying to get me to push me to talk to girls for some reason.
Oh my God! Yeah, he actually got a date after today.
Yeah, did you not just hear what?
Incredible.
Baxapath, thanks for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
Wait, what happened?
It's alright. I think she wants to get to know meowfurryon more.
Oh yeah. Take my money. And I think she wants to, get it in, because from the sound of it earlier.
How many dates have you been on with her?
Oh, he just met it today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Get it! Get it, meowfurryon.
And she saw that you were like brave and vulnerable on the stand. Like that's
kind
hot.
of pussy, yeah?
Oh, I don't get it.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Just forget I said that.
Is it the kind that can play the kazoo?
That would be a
Sometimes.
very skillful pussy. You're Antigone from here.
Dude, I'm lagging. Emperor Nino,
What's going on, man? Furryon?
do you think it would be acceptable if I told her that I didn't want to meet in person and, I don't know, we could just meet on VR chat or something?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
I'd rather,
But you know,
I don't want to talk to a girl in person.
wait, why not?
I don't
mean,
know.
You're doing it. You've done it before.
Right, but I mean, in VR chat, at least I can disappear to like another world when it gets awkward.
Yeah, but see, meowfurryon, you got to fight through that, right? That's just fear and and maybe a little bit of anxiety, right? But you'll, that experience, right? Fighting through your fears is what's gonna make you into a big K, a
Hell
fucking
yeah.
lion.
A sexy panther.
Right, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Wouldn't it be easier
you're
in
big
VR
shitting.
chat? We can just sit in front of a mirror and talk instead.
Oh, when we did raid strategies.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I mean, you like to be pet, right, meowfurryon?
$50.
I already paid.
That's true.
What?
Shut up and take my money.
Good, you're a good kitty.
Disperse.
He's back. Disperse.
All right.
Nope, here he comes.
Yeah.
All right, here's hoping, man.
Shut up and take my money.
I will find
She's gonna beat his ass.
I'm gonna put this court back into session. I went to back and delivered on this. I kind of went both ways a few times. I'll be honest. I think a lot of people came into this this court trial thinking it was gonna be very cut and dry.
Shut up and take my
and
money.
I'll be fair. It's not cut and dry. It's nowhere close to cut and dry. And I'm gonna tell you why. First, we're gonna start off with the obstruction. Outside of the report, nothing that Mr. Wolf or nothing that Mr. Bass did was felony obstruction in any way. That's not how felony obstruction works. But when it comes to the falsified report, Mr. Wolf did give false statements to the original report, leaving out the key details of the interrogation and the stuff that was brought up there. And by doing that, it slowed down any investigations that could have came about of their misconduct. So for that, I'm gonna find Mr. Wolf guilty of not as an accomplice, but of felony obstruction.
Oh my God.
Mr. Bass never filed the report, and although I'm sure that he probably was aware of that report, and he knew about that report, there's no way I can actually prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was aware of that report. And we're in a court of law with a beyond a reasonable doubt, and not a court of assumption. So although I personally believe that he knew about it, I can't legally hold him responsible as an accomplice with that. So I'm going to find Mr. Bass not guilty of obstruction of justice, felony. So let's get to the kidnapping. Well, before I do get to the kidnapping, though, I want to touch on the torture and the waterboarding and all that. All that, as far as what happened, in the court of law, is irrelevant because Mr. Bass, he pled guilty to the assault and battery. So how grotesque it got and all that, we don't have a torture charge, so there's no other charge to bring in. All that's going to be for civil, and I will say, Mr. Bass, God rest your soul in that civil case. But that's nothing for here in the criminal case because you pled guilty to it. So I wish you luck on that endeavor. As far as Mr. Wolf was there whenever we struck him. He never stopped you, and that was his duty as an officer. I get you're his ranking officer
right now.
but I'll give you a hypothetical. If you were sitting in the office beheading his mother, I know it's Mother's Day, and he walked in, would he say, "No, I can't stop you. You're my ranking officer"? Hell no, he wouldn't. And that's how the law works on this. It's his duty to step in and stop you from assaulting someone that you shouldn't be. So by doing that, he made himself an accomplice to your assault. So I'm going to find Mr. Wolf guilty of
His ducky thinks it's your one.
Battery. Now we get to the kidnapping. So the kidnapping, I look at it this way. Are you technically kidnapping if you're in custody of the police? No, you're not. Are you being, held against your will? Well, I mean, anyone being under arrest is held against their will, but it's still legal. That's why you're being arrested. So no, it's not kidnapping. But with that being said, you got to look to the details and the context of the arrest. The charge itself was trespassing in a felony manner. There is nothing in an interrogation that Mr. Bass or Mr. Wolf is going to learn from that interrogation to find Mr. Clyde guilty of the felony. He was already caught for the felony. He was in the trunk. You caught him in the trunk. He gets processed in the trunk. There's nothing to interrogate him for. The only thing you have PC to interrogate him for is literally that charge. And that charge was handled, and there's nothing for you to talk about him. So at that point, taking him out in the middle of nowhere to quote unquote interrogate him, you have no legal authority to do that. You got him what you got him for. So at that point, is he being legally held at that location for what you're holding him for? No, he's not. He's not. He should have been processed for what he did, and that was it. You had no legal authority to do that. So I'm going to find you guilty of kidnapping. I'm going to find Mr. Wolf guilty of accomplice to kidnapping. So we're going to do not guilty with Mr. Bass for the obstruction. And the symbol case, I wish y'all the best of luck. This case is closed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No.
You did it, bud.
Yo, listen, thanks for giving me 5 tier 1s.
He was interrogating him based on the obstruction of him hearing the information.
I got back just in time to see you get fucked!
Thank you for gifting the 20 subs.
Shut up and take my money.
Are they going to Bullenberg?
Probably. Maybe, honestly.
Hey, look, they're getting handcuffed.
Amanda, thanks for gifting the 5 tier 1s.
They got it worse than Bass. That's
Good.
I made a lot of friends in prison, Bass. A lot of friends.
nice knowing you all. It was nice
I
knowing
miss
you
you
all.
guys.
That's crazy. What happened?
Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Keyhitis, thanks for gifting the 10 tier 1 subs.
Shut up and take my money.
Worth watching.
Just enjoy the slushy.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Good luck, man.
I'm fucking
Shut
good.
up and take my money.
Dante! Dante! I got fucked in the end. You got fucked worse than Bass! Dante!
Oh my god.
It, is obstruction of justice really bad?
The civil case is.
Oh my god.
I did everything I could, I suppose.
I want a divorce, Bass. I want a divorce.
Oh my god.
No, you don't
Okay,
mean
we
that.
get to
You don't mean
prison,
that.
ask for,
Richter, Roxy, and Devin.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Hey, does anybody know if Bovice is
Dante, Bass.
Bovice is on duty.
I'll see you guys on the other side.
Go ahead, tell me your names
See you
when
guys
you
on
get
the
there.
other side.
Bye-bye.
Oh my
Excuse
god.
me.
His duty is to
He said duty.
make sweet love.
Fucking justice boner right here.
Yeah, I say duty.
Shut up and take my money.
Oh my god.
I know
Great job, Justice Coyote. We appreciate you.
Come on, we gotta shame them on their way out. Come on.
We gotta go shame them.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah, because they just want to watch him get sent to prison.
What do I do now?
Jesus fuck! I had to walk
Go
all
spend
the
time
way
with your
from
friends.
prison to here.
Thank you very much.
All my shit
Talk
was
to your
in the
lawyer.
desk
Shut up
over
and take
there.
my money.
Oh,
Is there anything you
oh
can
no.
so I can improve anything?
Oh, excuse me.
Did it,
Just whenever
Meowfurryon.
you get kind of,
What was their fine?
I know sometimes you
I don't
get
know.
kind of nervous and kind of locked up a little
Shut
bit.
up and take my
I
money.
don't even know what's supposed to happen now.
Don't be afraid to say,
They're going to jail, I guess. Hello. Which officer
Yeah, but what was the fine? How much? What
I have
time?
no idea.
How much time did they get sent for?
No idea. You probably check
Blue jeans.
newspaper.
Shut up and take my
A
money.
felony obstruction of justice
Which
is a
officer's in
pretty
the
big
blue jeans?
charge.
It's a really big charge. I've heard
Okay.
about it. We can look at it right
Yeah.
now.
Senior Detective Coslow.
Oh, I haven't met that one yet.
Yeah, I don't wake up at this hour. That's why.
Oh, that's probably why.
Shut up and take my money.
I don't see him get shot.
I'm pretty sure you would Jaeger, you probably went to jail longer than those two are gonna
Yeah,
go to
you
jail for.
I can't believe Jaeger walked all the way back.
I'm on duty.
Shut up and take my money.
Where's Gil?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I told him about it, and he's gonna tell you.
Yo,
Your food.
Satine, thanks for the tier 1.
I don't know if it's anything local.
Shut up and take my money.
I'm on parole for 76 months.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Didn't I just
Oh,
finish
by
my
the way,
semester?
Jaeger, I don't. You missed it.
parole
Meowfurryon
is
had to break
automatic.
character
Shut up and
for
take
a
my
while, and
money.
he's upset.
He what?
He had
Yay.
to.
He took his face off.
We'll have to talk with the Stone Lord.
Oh God.
Jaeger,
Shut up and take my money.
I'm not deserving of being a member of the guild.
Yes, you are.
I'm not
Yes,
a good,
you are.
I'm
We
not a
will
good
have to
enough
speak
member.
with the Stormlord.
I'm not a good role player.
You're a good role player.
You're a good kitty.
Put your mask on.
Put it back on.
I'm not worthy of it.
Polymorph back into a
Polymorph.
kitty cat. Go back into cat form.
I believe in you. You're a cat.
Stop looking at him.
Shut up and take my money.
You did what you had to do, okay?
I broke an oath to the Stormlord.
You
had
did
to
what
do
you
it.
had to do. The Stormlord would be happy that you fucked over 2 cops.
If any, actually, yes, that is actually true.
A change.
Yes,
Put it on.
Put it on, and we will speak with the Stormlord tomorrow.
Shut up and take my money.
I don't know if I have the strength to do so.
Put your fucking... Go into goddamn cat form now.
Cat form.
Shift.
Shut up and take my money.
Your ass is in my
I'm
face.
Shift.
No, you're not.
You're not meowfurryon.
give
Shift
you,
right now.
I can give you a mana potion right now.
I'm
Shut up
You're
and
not
take my
ooh.
money.
Not ooh.
Shift, goddammit.
Take my money.
Furryon, we need you to shift. I'm going to call the Stormlord right now. Well, not the
Furryon,
Stormlord,
listen.
Sir Lang.
You didn't break your
Contact
oath,
Stormlord.
okay?
Shut up and take my money.
I did.
Okay, yes, you did, but the point is, wasn't the oath to never break character in the rooster? You're fine here.
Shut up
I
and
thought it
take
was
my
we were
money.
never to break character.
I'm pretty sure the oath was to never break character in the rooster.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in the Brewster. We will still have to talk with those people.
Shut up and take
We'll
my
have
money.
to talk with the Stormlord, and you might get a punishment for it. But until then, fucking shift back to cat form.
I'm not worthy to be the druid of the group.
Shut up and take
Someone
my
else
money.
has to be the druid.
Yes, you are worthy. Listen, you dumb motherfucker. I had to run from prison to here because all my shit was in the desk over there. I worked my ass off to get here. You're going back cat form. This is a victory.
Yes, we won. This is great.
A
This
victory?
is what the Stormlord wanted.
At what cost?
You're going to have to make it up to Stormlord. He's going to tell you to do a task, and they'll have to complete it alone. It's going to be hell.
You will have to prove your will to the Stormlord.
Listen, Meowfurryon, there's something I can't tell you, okay?
Shut up and take my money.
There's something I can't tell you, but there's an oath that we haven't took yet. That is, I can't say more than that, but just trust me, okay? Don't ever speak about it,
Shut up and take my money.
but just don't worry about this, I promise you.
Yes. This oath is not the oath you should be worried about.
Just, we're not gonna say anything else, but
Shut up and take my
just
money.
trust us, okay? Now, shift back to cat form. People are looking for you.
Only when the Stormlord comes here and tells me that I can.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Shut up and take my money.
We'll pass it up to chain of command.
Fatty Party, thank you for the
Boss, we have an issue.
thank you for this
Hey.
Come over here.
Listen to me. I don't care who you are, meowfurryon or Clyde. You're still my friend.
I'm not a good role player. I broke my oath.
And it doesn't matter if you're a good role player. You're a good friend.
Let's
I'm worried about you. Okay.
Shut up and take my money.
Gonna be okay, meow.
There's no meow. I broke character. The gravest
You're not
sin.
you're not the first one. I've literally watched Bjorn go out of character before. I've watched people go out of character several times. You're not the first one.
It was my most sacred oath.
But you had to do
Yeah,
it to
and-
bring justice, you know what I mean?
Extenuating
cost?
circumstances.
Shut up and take my money.
At whatever cost you're willing to put on it. Look, I know this hurts you, but you did what you had to do in there today.
Pay the man.
Yeah, art's worth money.
Shut up and take my
Kinda.
money.
Listen, I'm sorry you had to do that. I know that it meant everything to you, but you're gonna be okay. I promise you.
Oh God.
Devereaux!
Listen, you guys want my advice, by the way? Never get contempt
She's doing
of court,
judicial duties.
ever.
Claire, calm down.
Because your shit will be in there and you have to run your ass back from prison.
Your haircut.
Not wrong.
What was that, Claire? Shouldn't you be like patrolling?
I'll take your bar license. Say it again.
Please.
Meowfurryon, we're going to talk with the Stormlord. Not now, but maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. I love you. You're a good kitty.
You are.
I'm not a kitty.
You're the best kitty. No.
No. Don't leave.
Well, to be fair, you said Weston.
Jaeger.
Hey, what's up?
Jaeger. Is
Hey.
meowfurryon
Yeah, you
still
have my
inside?
permission.
You. It's hard.
Hey, congratulations, man. You got justice.
I think he needs a minute. He's not feeling too good.
Meowfurryon. Meowfurryon. It's me, Annie. Are you okay?
No.
Meowfurryon, I found out what happened. I rushed to the courthouse immediately. I heard the verdict.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling Clyde.
Hello, this is Negan.
What?
This is Negan.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Negan.
You got to
Hello.
business.
I got a proposition for you.
What's up?
It's gonna be okay, bud.
friend's a barbarian.
Yeah?
Bjorn?
Yeah.
It was his birthday
Do you think he
yesterday.
would like
Oh
one
my
of these?
God.
Oh my God, he
What?
would.
Yes.
In the fuck?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we get one of those for ourselves?
What do you
That's
want?
sick.
For it?
What the fuck?
$3 grand.
$3
Got
grand.
it.
That's
Deal.
it.
I will pay for it out of pocket.
Deal right now.
All right.
Wait, how many can you? Yeah, can you just? How many can you get?
They're pretty in limited stock right now.
Can I get your number? I would definitely buy one.
Let's give the first one to Bjorn. It was just his
Yes,
birthday.
for sure.
Listen.
It's his birthday.
Do
It's
you
his
want
birthday
me-
gift.
Do you want me to go pull out $3 grand and buy this right now and give it to him?
Yes.
I mean, we
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah,
I mean, if we're buying
I'll
this for Bjorn, let's all put 1,000.
Was I supposed to get anything
Okay,
from
well,
this
I'll
court
get
case?
the 3 and then you guys just pay me back in a second. Give me
Yeah, I'll
this.
pay you back.
Yeah. Holy shit, he's gonna cream.
Yeah, it's.
I fucking. What'd you say?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a switching.
I've definitely.
Oh my God.
He is going to fucking. Oh my God, it's gonna be the best birthday present ever.
Oh my God, it's the best birthday present.
Yeah, we got some things coming
Civil?
in the city,
Okay.
so.
Oh, like what? Can you get like a mace?
Not yet.
We'll buy all of them. We'll
Yeah, we will. If you can
we'll
get
buy
more things like
anything
this.
you got.
I need that to collect on loans.
Here, Nate.
Yeah, Jaeger would definitely want a sword or a katana.
I would
There
pay
you go,
it so
bro.
much.
Yeah, Gil's giving me my lawyer.
You have some broken bottles, though.
What?
There you go.
All right, I will. We are handing this. Actually, Jaeger, I'll give it to you in the car so we don't risk losing it. And I want you to hand this to Bjorn yourself.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, Negan.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Negan.
you, sir.
We
Holy
appreciate
shit.
you so much.
Can I get your number, sir?
Yeah, please.
If you call any of the boys, they can help you out.
All right, thank you,
know,
sir.
You know Rudy, right? Jaeger.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Go.
meowfurryon. Congratulations, kind of, by the way. I don't think there's words to say for it, but I'm glad kind of everything went the way it did. I hope you feel somewhat better for what has come from this. But to clarify, what do you mean by how do you appeal all of this?
Well, like the charges they put on my thing, I'm supposed to appeal or something, and apparently had like 30 days, but now apparently I only have 6 days.
That's fine. I'll start looking into it. Yeah, there's a 30-day statute of limitations. I'll get to work on that as well to overturn everything that was put on your record.
Okay.
Okie doke. Rest easy. Maybe don't go to work today, or maybe do whatever it helps to get everything off your mind. Just focus on time with the boys or something. All right?
I'll try.
Okay. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, I know it's tough, but shit went all right, and I know everything that happened in there today. I don't think that the Storm Lord is gonna be upset at you for any reason, or anything that occurred today.
We'll see.
Oh, we'll see. I'm sure that they won't be upset with you though. Everything was necessary today. Just take care of yourself. Go back to how you were, to your ability, and just keep doing what you want to do, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, meowfurryon. Take care. I'll contact you tomorrow.
Okay.
I will. Yeah, just rest up for now. Bye.
Bye. William Hatner, thanks for the tier 1.
You want to talk at all, bud? Or you just need a minute?
I don't know anymore.
You want to go anywhere? You want to get the hell out of here? Just drive, go up, look at the water or something, anything?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I can wait for you to decide. I'm not in a rush.
Yeah.
It's for all the employees and everything. Titus and I were just a
See,
bit
Ixel.
confused.
Okay.
Do you need any food?
Hey, what's up, Gil? Hey, thanks for the raid. What up? If you guys don't know, that's Gil. I'm pretty sure. Kinky Hobo? Isn't
Want to
that
get
Gil?
some food or something, maybe?
Or is that someone
Anything?
else?
You hungry?
Wait, no.
It was a long
Was it?
days.
Is that Gil? It is, right? 100%? I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, I just want to make sure, but I say it's... Yeah, I don't know.
You want to come see something that'll make you laugh at least?
Can I even laugh?
Yeah, I mean, you can try. At least you could try, right? That's the best some of us can do sometimes. You can't always do what you want to do, but the best you can do is try.
I guess.
Hey, Jaeger. Jaeger. It's over there, right next to Jaeger's bike. Jaeger, come here. Come over here. Give that thing a test swing.
Are you actually gonna ask him to get hit by it?
Yep.
I'm moving away.
No, what? No.
I'm getting away.
This is stupid.
This
Don't
is stupid.
get hit by a sledgehammer.
Yes?
Come get in my car.
Yeah, sure. Oh wait, watch.
Oh,
Try to get
no.
hit by first.
Hold on.
This is
anybody
not
got a healing
smart.
potion?
This is not smart.
Hi,
Who?
I'm Trey Romano. Welcome to Jackass.
Yeah, I don't have any healing potion. You'll be fine. I have French fries.
I won't be fine.
How's French
I have
fries
French
gonna
fries,
help
you'll be
with
fine.
blunt force trauma?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh god.
Wait, yeah, well, wait, do you have a healing potion?
I have French fries.
If you have a healing potion, then I'll be okay.
It's on the ground.
Right. Please get in,
Okay.
get on the grass
Hold on.
behind us.
Yep. Alright, listen. If I go down for whatever reason and I stop responding, nothing happened here and you all get the fuck out of here, okay?
Where's Bio? He's probably in queue. He had a subathon last night for his birthday.
This is fucking dangerous.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I want you to make sure are you 100%?
I'm very healthy.
Should we call 911?
It should be fine, right?
No, you can't. No. What I mean is, no. Listen, Diego. I mean that like I'm wearing a vest under this.
Damn, has it already been 5 hours? Oh.
Oh my god. That was sick!
it turned his hair white.
Alright.
Jesus.
Are you okay? Do you want those french fries now?
Fucking clonked you.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah,
Glorion, you
like,
got those french fries?
I feel like 10% okay right now.
I got french fries, hold on.
Oh my god.
I'm
You got
fucked
hit,
up, man.
You literally got hit so hard your hair color changed.
I feel. Hold on, I need to walk this off. I went from feeling like pretty okay, like today was a good day, to like 10% okay. I'm so
You okay,
mad.
Glorion?
Jesus.
Are you crying? He's so emotional that he got hit with the sledgehammer and you're crying.
I'm gonna go walk
Yeah,
outside
it
the
might.
PD with
Yeah,
this thing.
listen. It might be
Hey,
important
Jaeger.
information for you to tell Bjorn.
What's up?
You know that email you sent me?
That didn't
Is that
affect my
happening
fortitude at
after tsunami?
I'm
you
not
get a
sure,
picture?
I got a
Okay.
perfectly timed picture. Your hair color changed this immediately.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Oh Jesus. You should twat that.
You should not talk about that outside the courthouse when I'm in literal prison garb.
I don't know. I think it might be pretty funny.
Why don't you just leave the courthouse first?
Tweet it in like a day. Jesus.
We'll
fuck,
never know
guys.
it was you.
Oh my god, Bjorn's awake. Bjorn's awake.
Oh
Bjorn's
my
awake.
God, wait.
Bjorn's awake.
Tell him to meet us at the rooster. Call him. Tell him meet us at the rooster right now.
Rooster?
Bjorn, go to the rooster right now. Go to the rooster. You're at the rooster. We're meeting you there in 2 seconds. Very important. Stay there. Yes, the court case is over. We'll have to talk.
Can I get a ride?
Of course you can.
So is this actually yours? Did you borrow
Yeah,
it
this is
again?
mine.
100% yours this time?
Yeah, I bought it. I bought a car.
Oh, okay.
Means you're gonna see me working a lot of shifts in the rooster.
Oh.
Yeah, I did like 4 yesterday. Yeah. You'll be okay, Meow.
Hmm?
Come here.
Glorion said on me.
Everyone inside.
Everyone inside now.
Oh, quick. Oh, go, go, go.
Got it.
Stand in the middle of the table.
Kneel right there.
Stand
Just kneel on
and
the.
kneel.
What the heck is going
Kneel
on?
on that
No,
fucking
kneel.
thing right there.
Get on
Now.
that table, Bjorn.
Bjorn. You have many names. You have many titles. Inside and outside of this city. But there's one thing. What is the one thing that everyone knows you as, Bjorn?
Tony's son.
Okay,
No.
not that.
What is your main title? Your first
Barbarian.
title.
The Barbarian.
Now, what does a barbarian need?
Bjorn?
My battle axe. And helmet. Ooh, definitely my helmet.
Listen, Bjorn. there's one thing that you need. And we've gathered here today as a guild to bestow this extreme power to you. Bjorn, rise.
Oh my god.
The battle-ready barbarian.
Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, Bjorn, I need to send you something. Oh god!
Jesus! No! He said this was gonna happen! He said this exact thing was gonna happen!
Nice one, you fucking dumbass!
Holy shit, this thing is strong.
It is very strong. Please don't hit anyone with that.
Yeah. You're spec'd entirely into strength. What did you think was gonna
Stand
happen?
clear, I need to practice swinging.
By the way, no, Bjorn.
Outside the rooster!
Outside the rooster. Outside the rooster. I'm going to take you. Hold on.
Jesus, man.
Okay, I can't.
Oh no.
Oh
Nope.
no.
Hmm?
Well, good timing, I guess.
What happened?
Oh, are we back?
Hello?
No.
No, we're not back yet.
Bjorn, look at the image I sent you on your sending stone.
Oh yeah. Hey Bjorn, make sure you check your messages. Oh, we're back. We're back. Kind of.
Okay, we're good.
That one is as well as I expected it to go.
He hit him so hard his hair color changed.
I actually didn't realize I was gonna lunge that far on that swing.
Don't
My
swing that. Can you open the door for me?
my god, this thing is awesome.
That thing is stupidly strong. Apparently, it injures people's armor too.
Where's the car? Where's the car? Where's the car?
Where's a car?
Wait, hit the local car in the parking lot.
Good job, Bjorn. You got him.
Call 911, you dicks!
Alright, hold
Oh,
on.
Jesus.
We had an
How do
accidental
you feel,
Warhammer
Boris?
accident at
This
the
thing is
Rooster.
sweet.
We gave Bjorn
You're the
a
only one with it.
gift, and he actually hit
Oh
me
my
with it. So if
God.
you can send the High Clerics to the Rooster's Rest, that would be very helpful.
The door? I don't know if it, I think I'm.
Uh,
I don't know if I
it's
locked
yeah,
it.
it's
Yeah, this thing is
Bjorn,
fucking
hide that
sweet.
damn hammer before the fucking EMS could hear it.
yeah,
This thing is fucking sweet. Where'd you guys get it?
a very special friend bestowed it upon us.
Sorry, I didn't realize I would lunge so far.
Yeah, you kind of fucking rocked him.
It's okay. I'm
We
a
gave him.
I'm a
It was his
convict
birthday
now.
yesterday, and we bought him.
Wait, you're a
very nice
convict?
gift.
Oh wait,
I'm hard.
what happened
Oh
to
wait,
you?
Yiga, did Dean tell you or did Glorion tell you?
Did I love Bio's laugh?
Mr. Dean said he'd paid for the.
I
Yeah, he'll
renamed
pay
him in
your fines. He'll
Discord
pay your fine,
to
yeah.
Squeaky Toy. I don't know if he ever changed
Hey,
it back.
yeah,
Said
I
it
think
was,
you're the wrong
quote
form.
unquote worth it.
No, he broke an oath of the Stormlord. for this
Wait, how
court
did the
case.
trial go?
They were found guilty.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think they only got off on one charge, and they argued semantic, but I think it overall went well. I'm a little worried about Clyde, but he'll be okay in time, I'm sure.
Can you drive me to the apartments or something?
Yeah.
I think it's a
Hey.
day to just
Hope you have a
stay
good day,
indoors.
Hey,
and-
Glorion, can I
what's
borrow your
wrong?
car to
What's
drive
wrong,
him to the
Meow?
apartments?
Yes.
What's wrong?
Okay.
Bjorn, can you take?
I'm not
Jaeger to
worthy
the
of being a
high
role
clerics?
player
They
in the
said
group.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Fair
I'll
enough.
take him.
Seeing as
Let's
you
take you
kind
down
of
there.
bonked him in the head.
Let me grab the cardboard pig. Hey, Meow, what's wrong?
I'm not
Didn't
worthy
you
of being a
win?
role player. I broke an
What
oath.
do you mean?
I broke
Wait,
character.
what oath?
I swore an oath to always be in character, and I broke it.
But I think the Stormlord wants you to serve justice to those city guardsmen. They deserved it.
But at what cost?
Maybe if you just ask the Stormlord for forgiveness.
Listen, I don't know who this fucking Stormlord you two are yapping on about is, but I'm sure that he'll understand given the circumstances.
That's the god we worship.
I'm not worthy of being the druid of the group until I come face to face.
Stop saying that. And shapeshift back to druid cat form, meow.
I'm not worthy. I'm
Get a mana potion.
Hey guys, I'm gonna the Meowthon's still going.
Hey Bjorn, enjoy that battle axe, okay?
Yeah, this thing is sweet.
But
yes, sir. What are you getting into?
I was gonna play a scary game for you
He
guys.
wants to go to the apartment.
Anyone
He
that's
needs to
known me,
take
I'm
some
really
time
bad
off.
at scary games.
Alright,
But
I'm
it's
gonna
Resident
continue to
Evil,
go to
so
the
we'll see
back
how we
door, then
do.
I'll call you
Okay,
meow.
you go ahead.
We'll see if I can make it like 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes.
Listen, I don't give a shit what this Stormlord fucking guy thinks about you, okay? I'm fucking proud of you. You fucking... It took a lot of fucking strength to get up there and say what you said today.
We'll see. And then, if we are still, like, having the subathon go, hey, Tevfikb Gaming, thanks for the tier 1. We have something planned, and I think it's happening after Tsunami because we need certain people online.
Well, whenever you feel like you're well rested and your mana is back, then you come down from that apartment and you get back in your shapeshift form because you don't seem
What's
like
up, Fred?
yourself. And that's telling, by the way. It's telling that you don't seem like yourself when you're not in your form.
In the city? In the city. Yeah.
No matter what, I'm proud of you, bud. Rest up, okay?
Alright.
I'll see you later.
We'll see about that. Do I have a block character? I do. But I don't know if I'm actually going to play the block character. I'm probably going to play like a Fingal character during Fingal DanCon. Again, I like the Fingal characters more. They're more fun. Okay, guys. So BRB. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll play Resident Evil. And then if we're still going, there's the secret stuff. It's gonna be some good RP after Tsunami, probably. Be right back.